Mail from Germany, Christopher, Stefan. So that's it. Have a good stream.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Positions, you and you also, like, better if you give me cards a little closer to me because of the table. Thank you.
So guys, screen table is forbidden to use any electronic devices, phones, smartwatch, headphones, earphones. Please put your phone on the table over there. You can use them, but cannot be here around.
Also not in the...
Can I have a ticket? Thank you. Beautiful day.
Hello and welcome to King's Resort. It's the big one. It's the German Championship of Poker. It's the main event. And this tournament has produced the guarantee €500,000. Over 500 players stomping up 1,000 to play this superstructure flagship event of the GCOP Festival Series. And we're going to take up the action here on day two with about about a third of the field still in play. There's about 160 odd players, and the blinds are 1,000, 2,500. The top 55 players will get into the money. We've about 150 odd players still. Really good structured event. And a pretty exciting lineup. Really cool to see some familiar faces here, including but not limited to Emil Bisse, who's the big stack, the table boss here on our feature table, the World Series of Poker bracelet winner, gold ring circuit ring winner, is center stage here. You can see him opposite the dealer. That is seat 1 from Germany, Onkel Otto, and that's the American. You can see Gabriel Abusada, who's sitting on about 43k, the short stack on the table. There's Emil, the player from Switzerland, huge poker personality in his home country and in this territory also. He's one of the characters behind a couple of big festivals here in King's Resort. This is the American. Interesting table, interesting lineup. Andres Gondrum, who we've featured several times, and now Emil, who's going to open here with pocket sevens. Emil, the chip leader. He's 120 bigs. So of course he's going to be raising with pocket sevens. And pretty disciplined fold there from Oliver Tokic from Croatia. Now Filip Sukernik also on this table. Another player to watch out for. And a player with a lot of good recent form. A winner of one of the highlight events during this German Championship of Poker. Arda is going to defend, as you would expect, with the King Queen. 3-10-10. That's a pretty decent flop for the sevens. And you can see Emil with a pretty straightforward continuation bet on this 10-10-3 board. Now he's going to be hating life if he gets check raised, but pretty hard for Arda to raise here without a 10. King Queen still has 2 overs, but he decides to check fold, and you can see Emil just flashing the 2 pair. That's 2 World Series gold rings and a bracelet decorating the right hand and wrist of this big poker personality from Switzerland. Huge influence in the industry. And chip leader here, plenty of experience. So for sure, for me, one of the most dangerous players. Very ambitious, Emil. Very focused. Every event he plays, he takes it deadly seriously. Andre's 110. Average stack is, well, it's about 160k, I believe. With 162 players left. This is Oliver Tokic, sitting on just under 200. And this is Sukernik, who I mentioned earlier, one of the friends of King's Resort. In fact, he's a relation to the King's owner-founder, Leon. And I mentioned he's on a good run lately. Filip Sukernik actually took down the mini main event earlier in this series. Now Arda, 7-3 in the small blind. What's in the additional 1.5? Makes the call. A check back from the American Gabriel Busada. With the Queen 9 offsuit, we're going to go to a flop. The American, I understand, is the short stack on the table. Of 15 bigs behind. And that's a pretty decent flop for Abusada to fire at. Open-ended. And a check fold from Arda, who had a piece of it with bottom pair. Didn't fancy continuing out of position. Checks, folds to the bet. Viewers just tuning in, you're very welcome. Thanks for coming on stream. Pretty decent event we have for you over the next 3 days. Today, Monday day 3, and then final day, final table on Tuesday. We're going to mix it up with a few guest commentators, which is always my pleasure. We're going to continue with the Irish theme. We're going to hear from Dan Rankin later on today. And then we have Sven, who we featured a few times on our stream. One of the top up-and-coming young players on the circuit. Massive results online of late, Sven. We're going to hear from Sven tomorrow, and for the final date, Tuesday. Meanwhile, you're stuck with me, but it's okay because we have plenty of characters here on our feature table. Now, seat 2 Arda. Big stack. 100 bigs. Super deep this tournament, and there is a 1 hour clock. That is top pair for Andres. Emil with the back doors. Big card this. Opens up a bunch of outs. I mean, this is just unreal. Open-ended. And the flush draw. 6 or jack for the straight. And a club for the flush. Andres with a 1 pair hand and an instant call from Emil Bisset, who's made the straight, but I think Andres won't be too happy with that jack. He's going to put out a very small blocking type bet, and interesting decision from Emil Bisset. Just to flat call the 6K. Andres Gondrum. Well, he's actually super short. No, he still has about 90k. Big blind 2.5. So still plenty of depth there. The short stack on the table is the American Gabriel Abusada. 1,000, 2,500. That is the line level we're looking at here. This is Philip Sukernik with the pocket jacks, 161,000, which is pretty much bang on average, 161. You can see the top right hand side there showing the field size. Philip, nice score during the week, 33k, which was the World Series of Poker main event seat, as well as 22,750 cash. So a nice 33k total score for Philip, who we have featured plenty of times, hugely experienced, bunch of results in Canada, and plays a little bit in the States, not really too sure where he's based. But I do see him traveling to different territories and having success pretty much wherever he goes. But this is his favorite venue for live poker. There's good success rate here in King's Resort, and looking to go deep again. In this main event, German Championship of Poker, Philip folds under the gun, and now in seat 8 is Christopher Stefanidi, who's playing 150k with the nut low here. Christopher, considering options, but very limited in what he can do. Uncle Otto is a different story. He's suited, he's connected, but again decides to be disciplined, let go the 7-6 of hearts, folded on the cutoff, and no one seems to want this. Andres Gondrum on the button with 8 deuce of diamonds. Big blind. 9-3 off. Getting the walk. Now, under the gun, Christopher. Jack 10. Christopher folds Uncle Otto. 9-6. In the bin. Now, 100 big blind stack for the German Arda. 10-9, still not interested. Gabriel Abusada snap folds. You kind of get the feel this table playing a little bit tight, just from what we've seen over the last 5 or 6 hands. Emil Bisset, the big stack, huge chip advantage on the button, but not interested. Oliver will show interest though. The Croatian with King Queen. I expect him to raise here. 6.5 and suited connectors for Sukernik, who has position. Puts in the additional 4k. We're going to see a flop. 5-4 versus the King Queen, and there is paint, but it's the Jack high gut shot for Oliver Tokic, who checks. Philip checks with backdoors, but does connect on that turn, making a pair. Goes check, check. Zukernik defending with 5 high. Makes that pair on the turn and holds now on the river with that 2 of diamonds appearing. It's going to go check, bet, fold. Philip Zukernik with a value bet, AK value bet, targeting ace high. Philip Zukernik, winner of the mini main event for 33,000 just a few days ago. Nice to bag a trophy in a series such as this. Very decent prize money, massive guarantees. 1.2 million was the total guarantee for this German Championship of Poker. And you can see the chip count graphic, which gives you an idea of what the state of play is on our feature table here in King's Resort. Now, seat 1, Onkel Otto, King 10 suited. From what I've seen of him, he's going to be folding, I guess. Jack 9, Arda snap folds. It's folded right around to Andres Gondrum. He folds the 8-4, and now Emil Bisset will open with the jacks.
Raise 6.5. 6 pass. 7 top.
Now, suited king. I think Philip probably folds this. Well, actually, he's called Christopher. Massive price with the Queen 9. That really was attractive odds, but he decides to fold the Queen 9 offsuit. Philip with the King 3 of hearts misses. Emil continues and again shows after dropping 2 pair. Pretty tentative, this feature table. Players, of course, just trying to make that money position. Top 55 get paid, I believe. Yeah, 55 for them in cash to double their initial stake. So blind v blind action here. Christopher with the ace-5 suited in the small blind raises it up, and Uncle just decides not to get involved, folds to 7-6. Now Andres Gondrum, ace jack. He is suited. Ace jack of hearts. It's going to open. Line still 1,000, 2,500. Andres makes it 6k with the ace jack. Folded right around to Philip Zukernik with the Queen 10 suited. Philip likes to play these suited cards. Does have the benefit of position on this occasion. Puts in the additional, well, puts in the total amount of the initial raise, which is 6k. And Christopher, who is in the button position, not sure what's happening there. He does fold. Uncle Otto will fold in the small blind, the 6-3 offsuit. And we're going to go to see what Arda decides to do with 7-3, which is no big surprise. He puts it straight into the bin. Philip with the combo draw on this board. Jack for the straight and a club for the flush. Andres Gondrum doesn't want to hit his jack here. He checks with ace jack and Philip fires. I think Andres might just give this up. No heart out there. Out of position. Zukernik takes his stack up to 180,000. Very experienced, this player, Philip. The real experience on this table, along with Emil Bisset. And of course, Zukernik has played pretty high level, not only here in the Czech Republic and in Europe, but right across the globe. Andres Gondrum, ace-10 suited, under the gun.
Five goal. 6+. 7+.
Emil flats with the small pair. Given the depth of his stack, don't mind this. Christopher folds, and now Onkel Otto on the button with the 9-7. Expect Onkel to fold this, just the blinds here. Arda, well, I expect a 3-bet from Arda, who's just considering his raise size, in my opinion. He's looked down at ace-king suited. Under the gun open, black call from Emil Bisset. Ace-king, I expect a 3-bet here to something in the region of 19 or 20,000. Makes it 18.5, 18,500 with the ace-king suited. Gabriel has to fold his ace. Now Andres looks over at Emil next to him. That's a concern, obviously. Would not be out of the question for Emil to flat with a powerhouse. But the real strength here is coming from Arda. He's 3-bet out of the small blind position with ace-king suited. It's enough strength displayed to force the fold from Andres. Emil Bisset, this is the problem with these small pairs. Early position. So hard to flop. Well, I'm out, says Emil Bisset. Flip situation. Well, in fact, the force had very decent equity, given that there was a couple of aces folded. Arda brings a stack over the $250,000 mark. Change of dealer. This is King's Resort. My name is Finton Gavin. I'm going to be bringing you all the action from this main event, the German Championship of Poker. 1,000 buy-in, 1,100 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed, 500k. We did meet the guarantee with over 500 players. Now, Emil with the queens. Under the gun, no interest from Gabriel with the ace-4. No action. Again, Emil Bise shows his hand. Very flamboyant. Quite a character. Emil Bise, very well liked. Real popular figure in his home country and of course here in the resort, where he does a lot of good work promoting live poker events. I think for me, he along with Philip Zukernik are the real experience on this feature table. Uncle Otto, Jack 9. He folds, and now Arda with the kings in the cutoff. 148 players remain out of the 516 that started. There's 500,000 in this prize pool. This is Arda making it 7k. Emil Bise, suited queen. One might be tempted to defend there. Emil Bise just deciding not to tangle with the other big stack on the table. Another monster. This time it's Christopher with the maximum starting hand, aces. Christopher playing 150 odd K, just close to average. Blinds 1,000, 2.5K. Whoa, what's going on? 9,000, how big is this? Very hard to get action. Almost a 5x. Huge sizing. And I mean, Andres with the Queen Jack in position is just gonna fold this hand, no action. I mean, these super premium hands are few and far between. Really want action, don't you? But with almost a 5x, it's hard to see players getting involved. Button moves, blinds are posted. Christopher with the 10-5 under the gun this time. Now the average stack is approximately 180 with just 143 players from the 516 that have started. Gabriel Abuzada with the King Jack and the Hijack, the short stack on this table. Makes it 2.5K, it looks like just a flat. Gabriel is connected. Top pair. Andres does have a piece of this himself. Zukernik, who defended in the big blind, has completely missed. Continuation bed incoming from Gabriel Abusada. Well, massive bed here. About 3.5 times the size of the pot. Gabriel now, King 4, 47,500. He folds. Andres, Queen 6 suited. $6,000. These orange chips at the front of the stack are 5k. Then we have the light blue are thousands, and then the purple pinkish chips are 500. Suited ace for Oliver Tokic. Ace 8 suited, he makes the call, and Philip Zukernik, who's playing hearts also, 6-5 suited, he makes the call. Christopher, massive price, but 5-3 off, of no interest to him. He decides to fold, and we go to a flop. 3-4-8, open ender for Philip, top for Oliver Tokic. Bise has none of it. Tokic fires here when checked to him, and Zukernik is going to be continuing. Bise gets out of the way, so heads up here. Open ender with the backdoor hearts. Well, this is really going to interest people. This is a very interesting hand, but Zukernik is crushed here. 6 no good, 5 no good, heart no good. Oliver Tokic with the nut flush draw to go along with his pair now fires 16.5, and Zukernik going nowhere. He's a massive combination draw, but he'll never believe he's such a big underdog. Wow, okay. Zukernik puts the lot in. Both players with similar enough stack sizes. This is huge. Oliver Tokic, flop top, and now has turned the nut flush draw. I mean, this is huge spot. Like, Tokic looks like he's sickened, to be honest, and decides to let go his hand, the best hand. Zukernik steals one there. Massive underdog. He was not to know that. I mean, it looked like a huge board for him. That's why he decided to check raise for the lot. He's going to get a lot of one pair hands to fold, like 8x that just did, but along with that pair, was the nut flush draw. Zukernik, massive underdog, but turns the hand into a winning one. Brings him up to about 220,000, I believe. Arda with the king 4 suited. Folds now. Andre is a Gondrum with the ace 9. Emil Bise. With Jack 10 in the hijack. Zukernik 6-5 suited on the button. I mean, he's just full of creativity. Bise limping in, and Zukernik, he loves these suited hands. Raises it up to 8.5. Christopher doesn't really have a decision here. That's why he's going to just throw his cards into the muck, and on Calato with the king 10 offsuit, he'll fold also. Now, Emil Bise with the open ender, and then Philip Zukernik with a good shot to the bad straight. I mean, a 7 would just put Philip in all kinds of bad shape. Might just fold here, but he decides to. Wow, yuck. Oh boy. Nutty nuts for Bise. 2 big stacks here are going to put a lot of money in. Bise. Absolute nuts. Check raises for the lot. And Philip Zukernik, well, he's drawing dead. What a pot. Incredible. That's 7 ball on the turn. It's pretty horrible. Zukernik, who looked to be making plenty of progress, has been eliminated. 2 guys know each other, of course. 2 of the big name players on this table. What a pot. What a card, that 7 on the turn. Zukernik could have folded that flop, I think. You have the backdoor hearts, but the draw to the bad straight can be always problematic. And our player, seat 7, big name player, Philip Zukernik, eliminated by Emil Bise. Both players turning straight. Philip with the low end, and Emil Bise check raising all in with the absolute nuts. And Philip, well, he grabbed the chips to fire them in straight away. He just paused for a second and he goes, what am I going to do here with a straight? Got a call. Huge pot. I mean, this is the overall tournament leader now you're looking at on the, well, center of your screen here. These orange chips are worth 5k. Now Arda, King Queen in the big blind position. Cut off open from Oliver Tokic, who we haven't really seen much of. But it is early days on this feature table. You're watching the German Championship of Poker. You're watching the main event, 1000 plus 100 buy-in. Bottom pair for Oliver. Any kind of bet here will end it. So Arda floating on the flop, but misses turn and river. Tokic happy to check down his two pair, scoops the pot.
I don't get any hands. I have to start. Get some chips. No, never ever. Better than 3.
Oh wow, much better. I should go all in on you.
Einmal darf ich den Glück besser anfassen.
I wish you catch your kings.
Wie ist der Stand? Sind wir alleine oder was? Ja? Ja. Ich hoffe, dass ich noch ein paar Stunden überlebe, ja.
Andres one min raise with the suited ace. Line still 1,000, 2,500. I've just seen a massive pot, and you can see Emil Bisset, the winner of that pot, just go to his rail. Explaining how both players turned the straight. All the money went in, 2 big stacks on the table. Philip Sukernik had the bad straight. Bisset with the nuts. Bisset sitting on 500,000 plus. This is Arda now at the jacks in the small blind position versus Andres Gondrum. Andres made it 6k with the suited ace. Arda considering his options. $16,000 is the 3-bet size. Gabriel folds action back with Andres with the suited ace. He decides. Well, he just counts his remaining stack. I thought he was going for calling chips here. Would be a little bit loose. Decides to fold to the 3-bet. Arda takes it down. Andres Gondrum down to 62k. Jacks shown. And yeah, it was playing pretty nitty, this table. Just kind of players shadowboxing, so to speak. Just feeling their way around the table. Didn't really much happening until Bise versus Zukernik. The two real experienced players on the table clashed in a massive pot for the lot. Always kind of felt Philip would be in the midst of any big pots, playing all his suited cards. Floated with a good shot. I felt he could have just folded there. And Bise with that open ender on the 8-9 board, 8-9X board, he had the Jack 10 and then the 7. Gave the straight to Philip, but a straight, not straight, to the World Series of Poker bracelet and double gold ring circuit winner. This is Christopher with another premium hand. And he likes to size up. He 3-bets here to 19,000. Emil Bise has a suited ace. Arda will be folding the 7-4, you'd expect. Andre's just going to get rid of the 7-6 of diamonds, and I think Emil will fold also. He flashes. And a shout out to all you viewers. Just noticed Apocalypse UK in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. We're buzzing to bring you the German Championship of Poker. This festival series had 1.2 million. And we are on the main event. This is the big one. $1,000 plus 100 was the entry fee. We had 516 players who produced a 500,000 prize pool. Andres on the button with the Jack 6, no interest, but look at this stack size, 540k. It's like well in excess of 200 big blinds at this stage of the tournament, where we are approaching the money. Abise showing, like he so very often does, his cards to his opponent after he fold. What a stack. It's like a magnet, this guy Bise. And look at this, more than double to the closest player on the table, which is Arda with over 100 bigs, 261. Then we have Tokic, Christopher, Uncle, Andres, and it looks like we have a new arrival, Georgi Barabatse, and that's Barabatse. Sent to your screen there from Georgia. Uncle Otto with Big Slick. He's going to open Uncle and seat one here, center screen. Under the gun plus 173k stack. He makes it 5.5 to go. Gabriel Abusada makes the call, 5,500 with the ace jack. And Andres Gondrom, he is suited, but he's not going to be interested in playing 3 deuce. Bise, he's not to mess around too much, and why would he with this big stack? He could just preserve and protect his lead. This is the new arrival in the big blind, Barabatse from Georgia with the 10-6. So ace king versus the ace jack. Well, this is an action board. Both connect strongly, both make top pair, both with the straight draw, and both needing to hit the other player's kicker to make the nut straight. I mean, Uncle moves in here, and Gabriel folds. Okay. Leaves himself with 10 bigs. Is that correct? I'm surprised. Top pair, 2 pair draw, trip draw, straight draw. Interesting that he would fold and leave himself with 10 bigs.
He has ace king. Cannot win.
There you see the scoreboard. Blinds at 1,000, 2,500. Coming to the end of this blind level, I believe.
Only if the king comes.
Dealer looking at the clock.
It's not my first draw. It's not my first draw.
Can I have 2 5s?
Good fold, huh?
Not sure what the new blind level is. I'd imagine 1,500, 3,000.
I was gonna go a little bit for the flop. That's not good.
Well, it's still reading the same level, so blind's not up quite yet. This is Arda with the King 4 of diamonds.
2 pass. Three pass.
Sorry.
4 of clubs, 7 of spades.
Gondrum, ace 8. That's the American there sitting back in his chair. Perhaps thinking about that fold, I'm not sure. I put my money in there. Top pair and a straight draw.
6 pass. 7 pass.
Now we're going to see action here. A BC in the cutoff with the ace-4 suited, and now Christopher Stefanidi with the ace-queen in the big blind, considering his options. So ace-queen, ace-4 suited. Ace-queen. For the player you see there on the right hand side of your screen. Christopher Stefanidi, 3-betting, getting the job done. This is the German Championship of Poker, and we are into day 2, getting close to that money. There's 136 left. Well, good few bust outs, a lot of poker to be played yet. Average stack 190,000. And this is the guy with all the chips. 3 times the average. So actually has average stack when bubble bursts. Emil BC making it 8,000 with the Jack-9 suited. Christopher Stefanidi, small pair, small blind position. Seven deuce is suited but decides not to defend, and BC doesn't show on this occasion. Got a little bit of a tell. He's shown every hand up to now. He's had it every time up until now. Dealer now does announce a new blind level. Going to be 1,500, 3,000, I'd imagine. Really super structured event, this final main event of the German Championship of Poker. 1.2 million in combined guarantees. A real festival of poker here in King's Resort. Huge influx of German players, as you'd expect, but we have players from all over the world, including Gabriel Abusada from the United States. So all in rip here from Gabriel. Just about 8 bigs. Ace King, 8 big blind shove. And now Uncle Otto is going to look down at King Queen. It's an interesting spot in the small blind. I think he gives it up. I don't think he calls. I think because there's still the stress of having Arda next to him, and Arda still tagged. Uncle, well, that's surprising. Well, hasn't made the call, but he looks really interested. I think he can just give this up. He's invested the small blind. 1500. That's about it. But wow, this is a different story. I think this is a call. Arda, and there is the call. Different situation, different stack depth. He's closing the action, so I get it. I totally get it. He's flipping so often here, and there is occasions that he's ahead. This like 8 big blind rip, like basically the short stack Gabrielle out of these 8 bigs is going to be posting like 25% of his stack blind next hand. So his shoving range is quite wide here. But unfortunately for Arda, he's ran into close to the top of Gabrielle's range here. Ace King. And with the Queen we've seen folded in the small blind position, doesn't leave many options. In fact, there was just one out for Arda. It didn't happen for him. And that's a really massive moment for Gabrielle. Can he build on this? He's up to about 18 big blinds now. Blinds are 1500, 3000.
I lose with this king against king queen. Something I can't do for it. Right?
Perfect scenario really for the short stack. Looks down at ace king, rips, and gets one king queen to fold and the other one to call. Ideal.
Four pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Now, Georgi Barabatsi.
Raise 6,000.
Makes it 6,000.
Pass 1 pass. Two pass.
How much do you have left? I would like to call you this the tournament rate.
3 deuce for Gabrielle. So 132 left, 195,000 average stack. Emil Bisset folds under the gun the suited king, but I think Oliver Tokic will open here given that Bisset is folded. Chip leader, he does open, he makes it 6,000. Big blind 3K, fold it right around. And now Christopher Stefanidi taking his time, but he does fold, and now Uncle Otto. King 6 of clubs, cut off position. No interest. Bernardo won't show any interest on the button with the 10-3. Just the blind, small and big blind now. Gabriel Abusada, 7-4 clubs. Andres Gondrum in the big blind with 8 deuce. Oliver Tokic takes it down. Now, Barabatsi, haven't seen anything of him. Very short. $17 bigs, aces. How does he play them? Min raise, you'd expect 6,000. Find it in deuce action. Barabatsi. Not going to get it, it looks like, unless the big blind wakes up with a hand. Well, Emile Bise should be defending here. Jack 10, he has a hand to crack the aces. Puts in the additional 3,000 and we are going to see a flop. Barabatsi. Pretty safe flop for the bullets. Ace of hearts, important card also. Does cover that backdoor flush possibility for both players. Bise, I think, will just be check folding here. It's got no connection. Apart from the backdoors. Well, interesting. Does decide to float with the Jack 10. Backdoor straight, backdoor heart possibility. Heart here would be problematic, I think. 4 on the turn, be straight, it gets there. So ace deuce, which is not really likely. 6-7 would be a more likely possibility that would call flop. 6-7 of hearts perhaps, but I mean that's pretty much the only hand that I think Georgi Barabatsi would be concerned with. He's going to bet again here. I think he goes pretty big, might go for the lot. 40,000 behind, 25,000 in the pot. 13.5. Snap bowl from Bise. Barabatsi from Georgia with the aces gets a stack up to 66,022 big blinds. Barabatsi. He cashed in the Bounty Hunter Days, event number 2 during this series. Quite a few results here in the resort. Biggest perhaps runner-up in the High Roller in March of the French Poker Festival, France Poker Festival. High Roller 600 buy-in, cash for 16k, runner-up in that High Roller event. Now, Emile Bisset in the small blind. Tokic will take this down. Flop to pair. Bisset checks, he folds. End of hand, Bisset still with that monster stack. 530,000. He's the overall tournament leader here in the German Championship of Poker. Now, deuces for Andres in the cutoff here. Andres with 50k. Still quite a ways off the money, but it is probably paramount in most of these players' minds. Their next kind of major target to get in the money, get paid. That's what it's about really on these. That's what tournament poker is about. Making the money. Of course, all the big money to be paid out on that final table. Monstrous money. First place is 83,000 cash. Plus that World Series of Poker main event seat. So about 94,000 up top, which is really significant. But baby steps. Main objective here. Get in the money, get paid, and reassess on day 3 should I say. It's a 4-day event, super structured event. Hour-long blinds throughout. Now, Barabatsi in the small blind at 7-5 versus Button Limp, it looks like, from Oliver Tokic. Barabatsi going to raise here for sure. Well, it looks like he's just limped in with the 7-5, but look at this, Christopher Stefanidi with the 6s. I mean, these 3 players button blinds all blocking each other. Barabatsi limping in the pot here, not so much to hit a pair, but he'd be looking to make a straight at best. Well, 2 pair trips works also. And there's all the big cards. Probably should favour the button limp. the button will bet. Snap fold from the Georgian player. But Christopher Stefanini, who could have raised pre, given that it was limped on the button, flatted on the small, looked down at sixes, he decided to see a flop, and now he gets pushed off on this ace jack 9 board, 3 overcards, but these small to medium pairs so difficult to play post flop, so hard to connect. Now, sevens, Arda, under the gun. Bise folds the a6, and action here with Oliver Tokic, who's starting to go up through the gears on this feature table. King, Queen, expect him to continue, but he decides to fold Barabatsi, not interested. King Jack is mucked also. And now the blinds in seat 1 is Uncle Otto with 8-2 suited. He folds, and Arda in the big blind position looks well. It was Arda that raised under the gun. It was Uncle in the big blind. So pot 1 pre, and now Arda post big blind ante. First to speak will be the American Gabriel Abusada. Empty seat there from Andres, who seems to take a quick break. Now, a7 suited under the gun, a limp from the American, and a Barabatsi with the King Queen has decided to come in as well from the cutoff. But it looks like, well, he hasn't made his decision yet, and his decision is to raise this up. Makes it 8,500. Abusada makes the call, and look at the equity he has. 3-1 favourite. A7 suited. Of course, these percentages are based on what players fold. Club in the window, and well, Gabriel Abusada has smashed this board. It's flop trips. You're going to see Barabatsi put in a small bet here. He's not really expecting Gabriel to have too many aces, given that he's limped But this call, certainly this check call from Gabriel, will set alarm bells off. And now we're going to see Barabatsi check back. I'm sure Gabriel's improved his hand again. I mean, he's 100% there. Not flush draw to go along with his trips. Just 32,000 he's not going to get. He's just a little under pot size bet behind. I mean, that's just in the hand. Barabatsi doesn't have anything to go with. Gabriel shows the ace. He says, look. And look. Had the backup with the flush draw if needed. So, just running also is event number 13. This is day 2 of the main event we're watching. But there is also the PLO 5 card, which has started a little earlier. Getting more and more popular, of course, in these parts and other parts. 5 card. I went to London recently. It was hard to get a game of 4 card PLO. 5, 6 card, no problem. 4 card, well, the interest just wasn't there. Incredible. And for the German Championship of Poker, they've catered for this appetite by putting on the event number 13 trophy event, 5 card PLO event. Just to let you know, also coming up next week, the France Poker Festival, huge event, $500,000 guaranteed for the main event, and that's a €300 buy-in for that, 500k guaranteed. It's 270 plus 30, and again we're going to bring you all the action. From that event next weekend. But we're going to stick with this German Championship of Poker for the next few days. And this is Emil Bisset. Pair sevens. Just seems to be coasting along. Always gives off a very confident and kind of very solid aura when he's playing. Really comfortable with his surroundings. Very good knowledge, this guy, Emil Bisset, and is hugely successful. One of the top players to have come out of Switzerland. About $750,000 in live tournament earnings. One of them a gold World Series of Poker bracelet, and he has got 2 gold World Series of Poker circuit rings. Of course, a bunch of really good results here in Kings, including that Euro Poker Million earlier in the year, I believe. 40k score. Now, Oliver Tokic, pocket fives, trying to make something happen. Decides to limp with the small pair. $126 left. Average stack around the 2 million mark. Now, on the button, Arda, King 3 of diamonds. Andres with the 9-4. What's going on in the big blind here? He's floating and he's going to steal this pot. Andres Gondrum. It's floated with absolutely nothing. Now it goes check, check. 8 on the river. Now you're going to see. Well, excuse me. I missed that pair of 9s. Of course he's going to call. Making second pair. I think both players pretty happy to go to showdown, but Andre's here with a very small sizing. I'd imagine it'll be about 5,000 into a 19,000, and it's 5.5 in fact, and it does get the job done as expected. Oliver Tokic with none of that. So button moves, blinds posted. The blind level is 1,500, 3,000, about 120 odd players. You can see top right there, average stack 204k, 126 players from 516, and this is Tokic once again under the gun this time with the 6s. Makes it 6,000, which is a min raise, and it's folded around to Arda with the 4s in the cutoff. Makes the call. Ace 10 of diamonds. Gabriel had his money in quicker than anyone. Folded around to Bise, who's clever enough to do the mathematics. And even though he has very low equity hand, getting a massive price, and of course his run good continues as he flops 2 pair. Arda with an interesting hand there, 2 blockers to the nuts. He checks, and Gabriel Abusada, he's made top here. This is going to be interesting. How does Emil Bise play this? I'd be raising, and I'd be going big. Protect my bottom 2. Vulnerability. Arda snap folds now. Gabriel, he knows he's versus the big blind. Could be up against 5-4. Probably more likely he's up against a hand like... Well, it's incredible that he'd fold there. He escapes. Bise shows. Bise always shows when he has it. $575. Overall tournament leader with about 125 odd players remaining.
Yes, what he raised was when I called and people call. It's kind of crazy before him with boost 3.
Big fold from the short stack. Emil Bise did the mathematics priced in to call with the 3 deuce. Flop bottom 2. Check raised up his opponent. Interesting fold, top pair for the short stack, and he folded it
back 1 minute. What a flop. Ace deuce 3.
Now, King Jack for Andres Gondrum. Oh boy, what's going on here? Button versus blinds. Button opens with King Jack, super standard. Andres, Oliver, Tokic with the massive American Airlines. What a setup. BC, you would expect it to 3-bet from the small blind with Ace King. It's flat cold. And now we're going to see Oliver, Tokic with the 3-bet. 14,000. Interesting. Andres Gondrum counts his chips. He does this. This is part of his routine, and generally he folds when you see him go back to the stack versus when he's 3-bet. Well, I'm hugely surprised that he makes this call. Well, he's just setting fire to money, because now we're going to see a 4-bet from Emil Bise. Bise is going to go 4-bet here. I think it's a spot. I think it's a good spot to 4-bet. He's run into it here. He's run into it big time. Ace King. But, wow, this is incredible how he's under-repped Ace King here. I mean, Tokic would never believe him for a hand this strong, Emil Bise. But you just get an idea of Bise's type of play. He's a real post-flop player. He likes to play the streets. Ace King, very passively played pre. A lot of players would shovel money in here. Nice deceptive check here from Oliver Tokic. Might open the door for Andres Gondrum. Just has a pot-sized bet behind. I'd be tempted, but Andres shows discipline. Checks. Now Bise is saying, well, look, if no one else is interested, I'm going to take this, but there's no chance that Oliver Tokic with the aces won't be continuing for 17,000 after Bise fires on this 3-7-8-4 board. Well, Tokic raising here, and that's end of pot. Tokic wins a very sizable pot, 6-figure pot, but I think that could have been just so much bigger. Emil Bise just deciding to play his Ace King cautiously. And it's worked out. Christopher Stefanidi with the 10 deuce. $11 bigs for Gabrielle in the hijack. Limps with 11 big blinds with the 7 high. Well, this can be exploited big time. Emil Bise, 5 deuce, he limps also. Oliver Tokic, King Jack, small blind position. Tokic now will raise, makes it 7 it looks like. Queen Jack of diamonds, Barabatsi. Interesting decision here with the Queen Jack suited. Limp, raise from out of the small blind from Oliver Tokic. Barabatsi. Really would love to see a flop here. Barabatsi just taking his time. Tokic made it 7k. And look at this, Barabatsi decides, okay, let's do this. It's a good rip because it's going to work. Tokic, very active for the last few orbits. Limp, and then Barabatsi decides the raise from Tokic was quite wide. Looks down at Queen Jack. Pulls the trigger. Takes down the pot. Gets his stack up to 63,500. And a big problem here for the American. He was limped under the gun there. It's gone from 11 to 10. And now 20% of the stack will be posted blind. Well, he's not on the blinds. Button is with Tokic. Posting blinds is Barabatsi. And the small and big blind is Christopher Stefanidi. You've just tuned in, you're watching the German Championship of Poker, broadcasting live from King's Resort. We're bringing you all the action of this German Championship of Poker main event over the next few days. Now, the short stack surely lets rip here for 10 bigs with the King, Queen suited. Well, he's deciding to continue with this limp strategy. How effective it is, I'm not really so sure, to be honest. I think he just lets rip there. But, well, I mean, it's perfect scenario for him here with the Queen Jack moving all in. I think he's going to have an easy call. King, Queen of diamonds. Got to put his money in. Oh no. Come on, Gabrielle. I mean, Anders mugs him. I'm not sure what's going on. This is just not good business. Limping, folding. Big percentage of a stack lost in the last few hands without getting to realise his equity. Didn't get to see a flop. And he could have taken down both pots. Pre would have just an all-in move. for sure.
Is my hand better than yours?
I really don't know about that. Sitting with 10 bigs, king queen suited. I'm pretty sure that should be an all-in move. Now he's picked up ace king suited.
Go all in, but I'm gonna be dying very soon. I know.
Gabriel Abusada,
I'm gonna die with honor, you know what I'm saying? Die with
just 9 bigs. I'm not sure he realizes the actions on him. Well, now he does. He looks down at ace king suited, and now he puts it in. Andres Gondrum with a suited ace himself. I'm not sure he's going to call here. Yeah, he just fold as expected. 9-3 folds and cut off 7-4. Barabatsi has no interest with the queen 6, just the blind, small blind quickly folds. And Uncle Otto will fold the 8-7.
If I cannot go all in with king queen, I will go with this king. I might win the tournament, guys, with this chip. I might win it. I've been surviving for 3 hours with only under 2,000 chips.
See, it's a friendly table.
Huh?
Nobody wants to take you out. It's a friendly table, friendly game.
Has nothing to do with friendly. This guy puts
See,
all
ace
in.
king versus aces. Just minimum one.
I should actually go all in with king queen diamonds. But he probably would beat me. Oh yeah. Jack queen.
So Oliver Tokic here with the ace-9.
How do I know? Can we watch it again? Can we watch?
Open ender for both players. Arda. Well, if Oliver hits any of his pairs, he's in trouble. 9 or an ace would give Arda the straight. Jack now on the turn. Ace high is good here. This is big blind versus hijack. Oliver Tokic in the hijack position.
If I do that, what are you gonna do?
Arda.
You gonna apologize to me?
Well, he's going to steal it here with this semi bluff. It's out 6,000. Tokic gets sticky. Makes the call. Now the queen on the river. This is really interesting. Arda clear now. That king high, not good. Does he fire again and try and steal? Oliver, ace high, I guess. He'll check back. This ace high, he's showdown. And he does, he says ace high, and that's good. The Croatian raised pre with ace 9 and Arda with king 7. Interesting hand, but the 29,500 pot will be awarded to the Croatian Oliver Tokic.
Ja, Müller 15. das so ein Vieh, die jetzt kaputt ist, aber geht hart, aber. Ist hart, ja.
Now, pocket nines for Barabatsi in the hijack position.
Man, I survived 3 full hours with 150,000 chips. So long.
Oh, 8-4 suited. Uncle Otto, King 3 of diamonds in the cutoff. Uncle folds, Arda with the nut low, 3 deuce off. And this is Gabriel Abusada. Jack 5 in the small blind. Still below the 10 big blind mark. The American gives a walk to Andres Gondrum, who'll take that with the king deuce.
Fold is king before the flop. I'm not joking. It's king, not fold. Before you see the flop.
Are we on the bubble already or why?
I fold is king before the flop. In the tournament. The World Poker 2 tournament.
I did do last weekend.
Ace king. Yeah, the guy booked me all in. 4 million chips. All in. I fold.
Once I folded aces pre-flop.
No way.
Right.
Aces?
It was a satellite, yeah. And just want to go, I was, I had a good stack, just one player out for qualification. Of course, I folded it. The chip leader moved every hand all in. I folded aces. But I qualified, of course.
Did you raise over there?
Barabatsi with the queen 10. He makes it 6,500.
He doesn't respect that I have.
Uncle snap folds and Arda and the cutoff folds. This is the short stack Gabriel Abusada. There's nothing really Gabriel can do here. Just junk his hand. And now the blinds, which is Gondrum in the small. And the big stack chip leader, overall tournament leader, Emile BC. The tournament beast from Switzerland. Makes the call with the king 8 of diamonds, but he's missed this. Barabatsi has smashed it. Top 2. He's got to continue very small. Try and keep Emile BC interested. BC, we've seen him float in these type of situations. This guy, he's a real post-flop player, a B-say. 7 on the turn, so B-say drawing dead. B-say. I expect him just to check fold here because Barabatzi's going to bet again. He's betting here with a nutted hand, top 2. I mean, ideally, he wants to be up against Queen X, 10X, but as expected, quick fold from Emile Bisset. Floated with the back doors on the flop. Barabatzi. Runner up in the France Poker Festival high roller. So, ace 4 folded. Uncle Otto with the ace 3 suited. Emile with a pair, small blind, small bet here, and Tokic goes, don't even bother. I've no interest. Bisset, 520k more, 533. He's the overall tournament leader. Two and a half times the average stack. The Swiss bass player, decorated with some real cool jewellery, particularly if you're a WSOP fan. On the button here, in the blinds, the Croatian, Tokic posting small blind, and Barabatzi, who I've been pretty impressed with since he's taken the seat after Philip Zukernik busted out. Now, Christopher folds Uncle Otto. He'll be folding the Jack 6. And action moves to Arda. You're watching, and you've recently tuned in, you're watching the German Championship of Poker. This series has several highlight events. This is the main event, which has a buy-in of 1,100. Looks like a break. End of this level, this 1,500, 3,000 blind level. This is Oliver Tokic who's in the small blind position. BC has folded on the button, but Tokic has limped in here with the Jack-5, and Barabatsi, he's capable of anything, Barabatsi, but decides to just flick his chips towards the dealer to indicate that his option will be a check. Jack-5 versus the 9-7, and Oliver will bet out here after connecting with the board second pair. Well, I'm surprised he checks. Barabatsi could try and steal this. I think this is a check call from Tokic. I'm surprised he didn't lead, but he's decided to check call this 3,500 bet from the Georgian. Well, that king is pretty good card for Tokic. Less likely now a king out there with that second king coming off, and a fold from the Georgian. End of hand, end of level. We're going to be back. Well, my good friend Dan Rankin will be in the house, so Dan will be broadcasting live, bringing you all the action from this German Championship of Poker. You can see the graphic there showing you the chip count, what exactly is happening. We're back in about 15 minutes. Do join us.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Guys, nobody has phones, smartwatch, headphones, earphones, no electronic devices.
Welcome back to King's Resort. Welcome back to the German Championship of Poker main event. This is day 2, and we had a starting field of over 500 players. We are down to about 120 players. About half of these get paid 55, I believe. Real interesting feature table. We did have a Philip Zukernik bust out early on at the hands of Emil Bisset. Now, Uncle Otto Big Slick 68k, Big Blind 4,000. He lets rip for the lot. Puts in the 68,000 and it's folded right around to Gabriel Abusada.
You replace Martin here at the table, huh? Who's Martin? You don't know Martin? You are Martin. Martin Cabaret.
Huh?
You don't know him? You replaced him.
Why, is he good?
Professional. But do also a lot of talk, that's why.
I mean, I'm losing, so I need to at least be happy. You cannot be losing and also be miserable too. Is it 2-4-4 now? Wow, I have like 7 big blinds. That's it. 7.
Lines 2, 4.
Wow. I mean,
the big blind ante for 4,000 also. This is Arda under the gun with the 10-8.
Huh? You think I can play 2 hours with this deck? Think so? I'm gonna try. I mean, it's gonna be impossible. Okay.
All in, ace 6 suited.
Anybody can get me out of this tournament except you.
Bise, not sure what's keeping him interested, but does let go, and Tokic will be folding the Queen 4. Well, it's Barabatsi with the Queen 4, Tokic with the 9-6. 9-6 is gone, Queen 4 gone. And it's folded all the way around to the blinds. Just auto here, Queen Jack suited, but it's pretty, well, I'm just looking. 7 bigs, he decides, yeah, let's do this.
You have the queens?
Queen Jack suited versus ace 6 of diamonds.
Call me with Jack.
Uncle Otto makes the call in the big blind position. Just leaves himself with 11 bigs behind. Were he to lose this, ace 6 of diamonds versus Queen Jack of clubs. Queen Jack does the job. Gabriel Abusada. Busto eliminated.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. You don't even have to call me. Yes, I have to call this next time. Don't tell me what I have to call it.
Bise. This is the chip leader, Emil Bise from Switzerland. Ace 4 suited. He makes it 7,000. And it's folded right around to the button Christopher. Stefanati folds. This is Uncle Otto. 107k. He just busted out the American Gabriel Abusada. Arda in the big blind, Queen 3 offsuit. Well, this raise size is not correct. The min raise is 8,000. So an additional 4,000 for Arda to call, which he does. And we're going to see a flop. 9, King, 7, 2 hearts. Bise continues, takes down the pot and gets his stack up to 550k. Now, Tokic. Arabatsi out of the way. This is Uncle Otto. I'd expect an open here for sure on the button. Jack 10 suited. We've had 2 bust outs since we've started streaming this feature table. Philip Zukernik some time ago, and then we just recently lost the American Gabriel Abusada. Now button open from Uncle Otto. Andres Gondrum with 6s in the big blind. Doesn't get more close than this. Uncle Otto will be faced with a shove. I like this shove. Uncle has been pretty active. What? I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised at that call. But he's going to be delighted when he sees the 6s. He's actually slight favourite. So many times you're absolutely crushed there. But straight flip here. Andres Gondrum shoved from the big blind position with the pair of 6s, and this is pretty decent flop for the 6s. There is 1 spade, backdoor spades, backdoor straight possibility, Annie, Jack or 10. Ace on the turn, 6s in great shape here. And 6s hold. Massive, massive pot here. 104,000. 26 bigs. Now, change of dealer, and we're going to have a change in the commentary booth, I believe. We have Dan Rankin in the house. Dan.
Hello, sir.
It's great to hear you.
Great to hear you too, and it's great to be here.
For viewers not familiar with Dan Rankin, he is one of the good guys. Huge personality in the Irish poker scene, commentator, comedian, online grinder. Would that be right, Dan?
That would be right, yeah. Been grinding for many years now. I've took more to the live scene since the lockdown has finished, and I'm excited to be here.
Yeah,
and you'll have to fill me in on what's going on here, Fintan.
Yeah, well, we're coming towards the end of a pretty big series here. It's the German Championship of Poker, and it's been going on about 10 days. Total guarantee, combined guarantees, has been 1.2 million, and this is the flagship highlight event, which is the main event, which is 1,000 buy-in.
1,000 buy-in, okay.
Guaranteed.
So about 100 grand for the winner?
Yeah, pretty much 93k for the winner.
Great payday.
We won't have a winner until Tuesday. It's super structured, this event. And 1 hour clock. 50k starting stack. And I'm just reading Twitch here, Dan. Loads of shout outs.
Great.
Apocalypse UK, hoping that you are doing well.
Good to get the shout outs. And can I just say, it's you mean business when you go to Playing Kings, because it's just such a brilliant venue for poker, and you're just there to play poker, you know?
Actually, I forgot that I met you over there a few times. And I remember one occasion, some years back, you're on the. You made a final table of some event. What was that, Dan?
Yeah, I think we ended up doing a 5-way chop. It was after I won a scoop a month or two before that, and went to Rozvadov to play. I think it was a 1K I played. That was my first time there, and the place was already being built at the time. I think that was also a 1K, Finton. No, I don't think the guarantee was 500,000. I think it was at the tail end of a series also. Yeah, I remember doing a 5-way chop. I think I got 17,000. I think we did a 5-way chop, but we played on. I think the winner got an extra few K on top. But yeah, great venue. That was one of my biggest live scores, I think. I've really took to enjoy. I have a passion for playing live more. We were locked away playing online for so long. I really getting a feel for playing the live again. I played most of the live events I could this year so far in Ireland, but I'm looking forward to getting back to Kings for sure.
Yeah, I remember that meeting. Yeah, they were building the new extension, like the brand new casino and that. And yeah, no, that was a pretty decent score if I remember rightly. I thought it was about 26K, but I mean, you would know that better than me, I'm sure. I like the way you dropped in. You won a scoop there. I seen what you did there, Dan.
Yeah, that was my only scoop title to date. I got a third also last year. I love the scoop series, but as I keep saying, yeah, I'm itching to play more live poker. It's getting tougher online, and you've just so many options these days. There's always a series on. I think it's great to go to these things in the likes of King's Casino. It's just unmatched, really, in Europe for the level of the amount of tournaments you can play inside of 10 to 12 days. Like,
well, that's a voice of experience, Dan Rankin, just describing the scene here in Kings. It's live poker 24/7.
yeah, I haven't been there now in a year or two. I'm looking forward to getting back there, hopefully before the year is out. It's a great alternative if you can't make it to Vegas, and it's not quite on your doorstep, but it's easy to get to, very accessible, and very affordable. There are 3 big ticks you need when you're playing live poker. So we just see he took that down with a 3-bet with the jacks there. You have to fill me in on what's been going on at the table here, Finton.
Yeah, well, basically we've had a couple of bust outs. We had a real action player, Philip Sukernik, and like he was a real experience. Him along with Emil Bisset. I'll point Emil out to you in a moment. He's very well known in these parts. He's a World Series of Poker bracelet winner. He's a 2-time gold ring circuit winner. And these were the 2 real experienced players. They 2 big stacks, and they got all the money in. I don't know how they got it in. Well, I do actually, because both of them had a draw. Emil with the open ender, and Philip floated with a good shot to a bad straight, and he got there, but that made Emil the nut straight. Emil here at the very right of your screen, you can see in the baseball cap and the sunglasses.
Yeah.
And I mean, Emil won just a super giant pot. That busted out Philip. He was the real action player. It's playing a bit nitty. The thing about Emil Bisset, he's a real post-flop player. He likes playing, each street, and he doesn't like to commit until he sees boards. I mean, we've seen a really interesting hand where he's in the small blind position with Ace King versus a button open. Okay. So he flats it, and then the big blind wakes up with aces. Okay.
Right.
So button opens.
You've got a flat from Ace King, and then you've got aces in the big blind, yeah?
Yeah, so the aces 3-bet, as you would expect.
Yeah.
And the button makes a very loose call with the king jack off. But I guess he thinks the big blind is squeezing here quite a lot. So he calls in position with the King Jack. Then I think it's a perfect opportunity for, you know what I mean, the 4-bet with your ace king. This is what I think. He just flats and then gets away from it. You know, he gets away in later streets then, like, you know. But it was a real indication of just how, you know, he's a post-flop player, Emil. This is an interesting flop for Andres. He smashed this. He's top pair in the flush draw.
Yeah, and he's about 25 big blinds here, so I would expect to see a lot of the chips going in.
Yeah, but look at Uncle Otto with just 12 bigs.
Yeah, he's limited in what he can do here.
This guy, you'll see him described here with the Georgian flag, Georgi Barabatsi. He's impressed me. He seems to be really comfortable. But now we're looking in position. Last player to act, Andres Gondrum, who's smashed this board.
Yeah, with a bet of about 24,000 here. Just about a third pot.
Yeah,
a little over.
Uncle, from what I've seen of Uncle, he could go with this, you know. He really could.
Yeah. It's a difficult choice here, but I think with 12 blinds, you might have to just say, look, if you've got me beat, you've got me beat.
And if he does have him beat, if he's up against a jack, he does have the 2-pair draw. He has the trip draw.
Yeah, he can get called by a lot of draws. I think with a kicker, with the top kicker, with your aces also, you can get called by worse 9 sometimes. He's not going to have too many 9s from the cutoff there, but I think he just has to get his chips in relation to the size of the pot here. And it would be a very good fold, but in theory, I think he's meant to go with it. Nice.
Uncle does fold.
That's a very good fold, albeit a bit nitty.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be pleased, I think, when he sees that. I mean, if I'm in Uncle's seat there, Dan, I convince myself that, you know, Andres has to bet there when checked to him. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And, no, just put it in. Hope I'm good. And if I'm not, hope to get lucky.
He also could have elected to just jam. He could have just jammed on the flop. I mean, he's going to get called by draws and worse hands.
Yeah.
That's a very, it's a very good fold there.
He might get a better hand like 10s to fold that jack high, maybe the open shove.
I do think it would be a little bit out of line though, shoving into 3 players there. But there is a lot in the pot already. He's only 50,000 and there was 66 in the pot. It's a very good fold.
Now it's remarkable how many times Bise has picked up pocket 7s. I mean, it's just crazy. You know when you see the same hand being dealt so many times.
That's his hand, Finton. He's got the walking sticks.
And every time he's managed to win a small pot with them, Emil Bise. The real experience here on this feature table, you're watching the German Championship of Poker. We're broadcasting live from King's Resort. This is the main event of the festival. It's an absolute whopper of a tournament. This is 1.2 million total guaranteed over the course of this festival. And we're coming to the end of the festival. The main event, of course, day 2 we're on now. Day 3 tomorrow, Monday. And then Tuesday, we have the final table. We're going to have another Irish flair to the stream. We're going to have Sven in the booth on Monday, Tuesday. And
can I just give a big shout out to Sven? Actually, I don't know him that personally, but he remembers me online. All right, I always support the Irish Twitch grinders. Obviously, Fintan Hand, Connor. I would be friends with him from Galway from years ago, and Sven. I just think entertainment-wise and value that you get from that man's stream is brilliant. I also love DJing, so I love the tunes he plays. He's up to speed with his thought process and his hand analysis, and I just think he's a real treat to watch. And I like that he wears his emotions on his sleeves. He always says what he's thinking, and I just think I enjoy that he reacts and doesn't and lets it all out. He's very honest, and I think it's admirable.
Well, that's a pretty decent introduction for Sven for tomorrow and Tuesday. So another reason to tune in. Pretty generous.
Honestly, I always learn something new from watching his stream. I'm a bit of a ghost. I should talk more on the streams and support channels more, but it's usually when it's at the end of my grinds and I have something on the side. Usually gets me through the last 2 or 3 hours. I try not to. You can't be just watching someone play poker when you're trying to play it yourself. But it would be a guilty pleasure of mine always putting on Twitch the last 2 to 3 hours of my grind. Unless it's like I'm in a big tournament and I'm deep, I'm not going near it obviously. But every time I watch his stream, like he's got this funky way of playing a hand or just different ideas, and it's just. I love that thinking outside of the box. There's A, B, C, and D, and he's always going to go option Z. Like, it's a real treat to see what he's going to do next.
Brilliant.
So yeah, definitely would like to kick it with him at some stage. Although I don't fancy going to Thailand anytime soon.
Well,
the time zone's not great for the online poker. But be nice for a holiday.
Absolutely. So yeah, we're going to have Sven tomorrow and final table of this German Championship Poker, and then we're going to have Dan back next week, next Sunday. Is that right, Dan?
Yes, sir. What's on next Sunday?
Well, it's a surprise. We don't like to announce in advance. You just turn up.
Okay.
It is what it is. Now we
got to just show up.
We have the France Poker Festival next week, which is $500,000 guaranteed. I mean, Kings really is synonymous with small to medium sized buy-ins and massive guarantees. And this one, the French Poker Festival, kind of sums it up nicely. It's typical, really, of Kings. $500,000 guaranteed, right? For just a €300 buy-in.
Wow.
So it's 270 plus 30. So it's like this is 1,100 total buy-in, 1,000 plus for the same guarantee. So that'll give you an indication. It's like, it's less than 30%. Is that right? Yeah.
It's huge. Huge.
It's massive. So, and it starts, you get a 50,000 starting stack, 40-minute clock, I believe, on day 1. Then we start streaming on day 2, which is Sunday. And the clock is 50 minutes on day 2. And I'm sure the clock then for Monday is an hour clock then. Yeah,
it'll be very hard to beat the structures they have in King's Casino. They're just optimal.
That's one of the main. Yeah, it's definitely one of the main features. The staff are top notch, Dan. I mean,
they really look after you, whatever you need.
We were at an event yesterday or whatever, and it was like 300 players or whatever. It was 500 entries total, okay, or whatever. But it was it was pretty crazy, you know what I mean? It was pretty.
You had a flair of the Irish Open about it yesterday, Fintan. I said that to my father when I got home. It was a little bit of a buzz that reminded me of that.
It was great buzz. Yeah, no, it was great buzz.
Yeah.
But the point I was trying to make, right, you come to Kings, right, and it could be thousands of entries, literally, these. Say that one now next week, that needs the guts of 2,000 entries or something. But it's like they do it every week, and it's just like a conveyor belt. It runs really smooth, and the reason it runs really smooth is the staff. Like they've top class TDs, directors, and they've good systems in place. Dealers are quality, and they just know how to do it. There's no drama. Like, do you know what I mean? They just pull it off every week, and that's the cool thing for me about Kings.
Yeah, one of the coolest things about Kings for me was it's the cheapest pint I've ever had in my life. You get a pint of beer for less than €2.
Yeah, and pretty good alcohol as well. If you drink it.
and then if you have enough pints, yeah, you also have a 24-hour buffet, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So you really are looked after in every way. And there was no gym there now when I was there, but I thought the next time I go, I won't be devouring the buffet in the same way and try get to the gym. Also, it's good for the poker.
Absolutely.
I needed to be rolled out of there. That's like just such a different selection of foods.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good for the F&B for the players.
Yeah, and it was so great to get a shuttle bus from Prague. Then also, it's only an hour away. It's very accessible and easy to get to.
Yeah, I mean it's Central Europe, and like that's why you see so many countries represented here at final tables. You can see here we have MUSICBED
Yeah.
from Poland, I believe.
There's some huge stacks at this table, I'm noticing.
Yeah, this is a big stack. Average is about 210.
Yeah, like look at the structures there. The big blind's only 4,000. I'd say the average stack is nearly 50 big blinds.
Yeah, totally. Well, we should get the graphic to show the average stack. It comes up on the right hand side there from time to time. But this
there you go.
is this is the chip count graphic. So this tells you the state of play. Who has the chips? And no surprise, Emil Bise, the player with a lot of experience here, over 500,000. A couple of shorties, sub 15 bigs.
A lot of different nationalities being represented here.
Yeah, we have Switzerland, Poland, Croatia, and Georgia, and then we have a bunch of Germans. But
you don't. Yeah, in general, you don't want too many Germans at your table. They're very, very phenomenal at poker. It's always not nice to see. I think when there's too many Germans, I'm just like, oh God, where's the soft spots? They really know what they're doing. They're very aggressive. So Uncle here with Ace 10.
So
yeah, this is close.
Yeah.
He's full 3x'd it as well, you know.
I guess it depends on his perception of Christopher, like how, you know what I mean, how likely he is, you know, and how wide his range is. Like, Christopher has been pretty snug, and I guess that's why Uncle is thinking of folding. He does fold, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good fold from a 3x there, and because what we've seen him do with the Ace-9, I was expecting him to fold. If it was different positions and sorry, go ahead.
Fold there yourself, John.
To a full 3x from early position, and we very little to no fold equity, I think it's a good edge pass there. But if there's a guy running right and raising every hand, I might just go, you know what? I'm going to get called by worse here, and there's a lot of money in the pot already. You have to take a stand at some point, you know.
Absolutely, good point.
If there was later position and it was a min raise, I think I would definitely be putting all my chips in with the Ace 10. But because of the positions and it was a full 3x, we've no fold equity, I don't think. So therefore, I would fold. We see here. He even looks like he's the boss at the table here, this Bise.
Yeah, and Bise, I mean, funny you should say that. I was just saying a little earlier, always comes across like super comfortable and like knowledgeable. He's at home when he's on these tables, feature tables, not shy of the camera. Um, just he's pretty rounded. Like as I say, he is very much a post flop player, which is great to see. It's great to see someone navigate, you know, through each street. And he takes down this one. He's connected, of course. He flop top pair. He also has a habit of showing when he does have it. Not so. He doesn't show so much when he doesn't have it.
That always seems to be the way. Maybe that's a tell, Finton. Yeah, he looks like the boss. He's got the rings, he's got the bracelet, he's got the shades and the hat. He looks the part, he's playing the part.
The artistry, the tats.
Yeah. Some aces up his sleeve.
That person you see is Emil Bise from Switzerland, and the voice you've just heard is that of Dan Rankin. And the player you see now on center of your screen is Georgi Barabatsi from Georgia. Under the gun, King Queen.
Under the gun, with about 15 big blinds, I would expect him to open. And he does indeed do that. So it's folded around to the big blind. Oh, just trash hands with everyone. And on to the next hand.
There's been a pretty big surge in successful players coming from this country, Georgia, in the last 3 or 4 years. Have you noticed it online, Dan, at all?
Yeah. You notice people are getting better for sure. So I think all nationalities, to a point.
Yeah.
But
I just seem to see, like, I don't know, just results-wise, like, well, my experience has been limited, but I would see these festivals every week and the winners every week from Kings. Like, from what I'm seeing, Romania, Georgia, Belarus, and then even the online, like I follow the odd reports of, winning players online, but I mean,
yeah.
I wouldn't be tracking, every player like every week or at near that. But
what I find interesting is people can be winning silently playing live, and you just don't notice until they win like a World Series bracelet or a big Kings event or something like that, and they can be under the radar and you don't know them because you don't know their online handle, and they're just a face to you until you see them at least a few times, But they could be they're traveling around, and then you just you find out their name, you're deep with them in a tournament, like, geez, this guy's playing very good, and you check out their hand and mob, and suddenly you realise they're a beast. They've like tons of results.
Yeah.
So Deuce is here. Oliver. He's just going to call, surely. Yeah, and an easy defend here for Barabadze, I would imagine. 6-4-7. Yeah, I think checking here is best, Finton. What do you think?
Yeah, he does. He's a draw. He's backdoor clubs, and he doesn't want to deny himself equity. He hates to get check raised there and have to fold, not see a turn. So checks back, he's pretty reasonable.
It's a board that hits the big blinds range very heavily here also, and we don't want to get check raised off our hand. I think that's the safe option. Now,
I mean,
in my opinion, you have to bluff here. Yeah, it is crazy here. I think Barabazzi has to bluff here.
Like, yeah, I mean, 4 cards straight, not a like, no one has connected, and deuces with like 5 overcards is in the lead.
Yeah, it's just.
So I mean, any kind of show of strength here from the big blind or the hijack. Well, Barabazzi is saying, "Right, this is my board," as you mentioned, Dan. He's the one that has more 5s in his range. He's the one that should be making straights on this kind of board, and the Polish
it's very hard for our opponents to have a 5 here, so we really need to represent having a 5 or at least a pair. Like, you're going to have 2 pairs. I just think it's essential we bluff.
Yeah, nothing really the pre-flop raiser can do here. He just has to fold, given the fact he's not closing the action. It looked like he was suspicious, wanted to get sticky. I mean, Oliver just, I mean, this would be
Oh, he's sniffing it out. If I was playing the hand as Barabazzi...
You just have to go, the big blind has to have some of this. Even some of his bluffs are ahead, and he makes the call. That's crazy.
Oh, no. He raises Fenton.
He's good bluff.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Wow.
He's bluffing.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, I think it's way better than the call. I think that move way better, because even some of Barabazzi's bluffs are ahead, like, you know, like 3s and 4s that he could be. I don't know.
If I was playing the hand as Barabazzi, I would bet the turn and go all in on the river. Yeah. I think it's more credible that we have a hand. I was very surprised to see a raise there, but he's probably thinking, he's like, well, if he had a hand here, he's going to start betting on the turn. So it does look a bit fishy, but I like Barabazzi's sizing on the river because he can bet that sizing with a 1-pair hand, where if he bet bigger, he's repping like a bigger hand. So I do like Barabazzi's bet, but I would have started doing that on the turn and went all in the river. I think it's too late to do that on the river then. I was quality all in there by the deuces, just realising, you know what, I don't think you have a hand you can call all in with. If you did, you would have started betting on the turn, and he's just shown the aggressive route and it's paid off.
Good analysis by Dan Rankin, the new voice of Irish poker. Dan, thanks so much for joining us, and we're really looking forward to you coming on board and doing a few of these streams.
Oh yeah, an absolute pleasure, yeah. As I said, I want to be playing more live poker, so a good way of getting better is to watch live poker. And
well,
I always enjoy your commentary.
Dan, trust me, that's not always the case.
No.
That one, buddy. I screaming at this screen sometimes. Although I have to say, like, yeah, I mean, it's down to the buy-in size, really. I know it's a big generalization, but generally, from what I see, it's, you know, the skill level is, you know, is connected to the buy-in size. Like, the higher the buy-in size, usually, you know, the higher level you see.
Yeah.
Interesting spot here.
I think Barabazzi just has too good of a hand.
Yeah, but he's getting called in at least one place here.
Yeah.
Arda it's a tough spot, isn't it, for Arda with Andre still in the hand? Like, he's not, if he's closing the action, he just snap calls him and it's end of story. But I think there's a real cause for concern here with Andres.
This is a tough spot because I think he could go for it, but he would have to move all in. I think calling would be a mistake. You open up the door to Andreas going over the top, but I mean, obviously he has to have a hand to do that with. But if I think he could just go all in here with sixes. If Andreas had maybe 200k, I think it's just too much to jam. Personally, here it depends on what I think Andreas's flatting range is going to be, knowing that there's one or two short stacks at the table. I would like to see him go all in here with sixes, but it is very tough. I mean, you're flipping at best a lot of the time. Yeah, there you go. Because Andreas only has 33 bigs to start the hand, or 33 behind, so he does elect to go all in, and I think that's a good play.
And it's actually a good scenario for Barabatsi, because he's getting the hand he's flipping against. Well, he's slightly ahead here with the equity.
I love it. I love this play here. There's just simply too much money in the pot. You will see some people edge past there or be a bit nitty, but at the end of the day, you're flipping against jacks, you know. Oh, what an action flop here! He flops the set, but it's not over.
He has straight draw and a flush draw.
Oh,
over.
There was almost still a flip on the flop and the turn. He's dead. And Arda wins a nice pot there.
Just to rub it in, then he hits the queen on the river. And Barabatsi immediately leaves the arena.
That's a nice pot for Ardazi. Things are heating up a bit here, Finton. We're starting to see some bigger pots.
Yeah, I mean the streams I love watching are the kind of short stack turbos. Do you know what I mean? But
okay.
I mean, yeah, but these obviously deeper stacks. You know, it's probably a better to learn from. You know, the deep stack poker than just the ninja poker where it's kind of all in or fold.
Well, that's what I was kind of getting at. It's great to be in the booth here with you because it's part of my game I've neglected is watching live poker over the years, and I like the deeper structures. You get to see more intricate hands, and it's just better. You learn a lot more from deep stack poker. As I am, for many years, I was just a turbo specialist, and I made my bread and butter from playing like 10, 15, 20 tables sometimes, and because the turbo games have got way harder and it's very hard to make money from them. I would rarely even have more than 6 tables in front of me now, and I try to choose more deep stack games. If I am playing, I try to stay away from the PKOs. I just they melt my brain a bit, you know. So I try to, and all these multi-entries, and I like just have one re-entry is good, but I like the deep stack. A classic deep stack freeze out is this 1k buy-in is perfect. Obviously you can re-enter, but you know you just have so much chips, there's so much playability, and I think that's just the way the game is going. You won't beat these structures, and there's just so much. You can maneuver so many different directions over the course of a 3-4 day tournament, and you just see the same players winning and getting to the final tables. Like there's a reason for that, because they're not getting put off by short stack and small structures. I think it's great for the game.
Yeah, it's like bad beat.
Yeah.
I mean, the shorty got him in crushed, and you could see when the 4 appeared on the turn, and the possibility of the counterfeit. You could actually see Uncle Otto just shake his head, and then of course, what he was expecting, the 8 on the river.
Such a beautiful spot to double up. You're like licking your chops there, and then bang,
yeah, he's 10
double pair board.
Yeah. So yeah, one of the just with these weekly guarantees, like there's always a massive guarantee every week. We have like the French Poker Festival, I was saying, which starts later next week, and the main event of that is the 500k, 300 buy-in, okay,
Okay.
and then we go straight into the Dutch Classics, which is like a 250 with a 300k buy-in, and then you have another Shark Bay, which is like same kind of thing, 500 grand is the main event guarantee, and the
Wow.
buy-in for that, the buy-in for that is 300 also. But well, it's actually 290, 260 plus 30. But all of these events, right, which is really interesting. This is what Kings are doing, right? They're feeding the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Okay, so like
Great.
the winner of this event, okay, they'll receive 83,000 cash, but they'll also get a 10,350 euro World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket.
Wow. That's
So
great.
that
Like
happens all
such
year.
a huge buy-in.
That happens all year. So I'm telling you, that is one tournament I'm going to be playing. That World Series of Poker main event, because there's
So much
literally
value.
absolutely hundreds of qualifiers from like as little, like it's not often you see qualifiers for a 10k from like a 200 and 300 euro buy-in event. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. You're getting people from all different like levels of skill qualifying, like and it's such a huge tournament. A 10k buy-in, you know, a main cash, you're looking at 20k. Makes or breaks your year. Like it really is that big. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
Uh,
And
well, I hope to see you there, Finton.
Yeah, well, Dan, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, buddy.
I'll have to get qualifying.
Yeah, let's do it. We have an all in here.
Uncle is all into call. We've got Ace King.
Oh no,
Are
this
we reading
guy's
this right? Oh,
calling
he's
me.
okay. Well,
Yeah, no, the graphics just catching up. Now we have a Dutch player, Zong. He's brilliant. He really is. Like, he's a huge player here in Kings. He's just joined the table.
great. I would be very out of the loop now with who's good and who's not. I wouldn't be up to speed with the names at all. So you'll have to keep me up to date and educated as much as possible.
Yeah, well, I mean, there he is now. This guy's top class, Zong Chen. He's got called.
Okay.
Right. Well, I hope
He's
it holds.
all in, it looks like.
Yeah, Zong Chen. Well,
Zong Chen is there. We've got two all ins here.
He's just sat down, Zong Chen. He has a pair. Well, and
Sixes against Ace King.
Ace King. He's all in for 60k. Not a good start for Chen. He goes behind
No.
immediately.
He's going to need a six, or he is gone. He's no spades working for him. He's down to one out.
Six of spades, no good.
Or
Six of diamonds and six of diamonds only. Doesn't happen. Now that was fast and furious. And
I'm a bit disappointed now. I would have liked to see more of Chen.
Like, he's really great to watch, Song Chen. He's a reg in Kings, and he's loads of deep runs. He was deep in the EPT Monte Carlo just a couple of weeks ago, and he went very deep then in, I think it was the Prague, one of the Prague events, the EPT Prague.
Okay.
But he's won the big rap here. He is I'm sure he's a gold ring winner. He 100% he's won a couple of circuit events. He's about 1.5 million tournament earnings, but he's really good to watch. So it's a pity.
Okay, well, be sure to look out for him in the future.
Zong Chen, yeah. So we were talking about the World Series of Poker Europe, just to let viewers know that is confirmed. Like the schedule and everything is sorted. It's later this year, October, end of October, November. 15 gold rings um, for the WSOP Europe, and the dates are October 12th to November 3rd. And of course, the highlight event
Wow.
is what we were saying.
That's amazing. 15 ring events. There's something on every week, Fenton, it seems. All like series after series after series over there.
Yeah, but that's what they do. It's like it's they have the rep for being the home of live poker in Europe, the best. You want to play poker, this is the place to come. That's their, oh boy. I mean, Tokic
Okay, wow. 3-bet
is
here
running
for Ace
through
King.
Yeah,
He's only got about 30 big blinds, so we'd expect to see a 4-bet call off. And we expect Oliver to go all over the top here. He's so
yeah. I
much
think
chips though, Finton.
yeah, 125 3. I think Andres puts the lot in here because
I
there's
think
a
he's
lot
going to
of
have to,
interest.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It
and
looks
under
too
the gun
strong.
open from under the gun open from BC looks strong. Okay, even though he's the chip leader, BC is pretty selective, pretty snug. So this looks strong. The under the gun open, and then uh, Oliver Tokic with the 3-bet to 26. So
Yeah, there's no other move. I was
I
wrong with the stack size there, I think, because if you make it 50, it just looks way too strong here. I think we just have to
yeah
go all in.
yeah
But he has, is he
yeah.
elected the 4-bet?
No, I think he's done what you said there. The 50, the min raise, 4-bet min raise. No, or is that a call?
Yeah, see, this
It's four
just...
bet.
Well, what does this scream to you, Finton?
Well, it screams exactly what it is. Aces.
Yeah, we've only
No,
got
I don't
70
think
behind.
Tokic. I mean, Oliver Tokic, from what I've seen of the Croatian, he's not going to be folding ace king pre. I think he just goes with this and says, right, I'm blocking aces, I'm blocking kings, probably up against queens. Could be a situation where Andres might do this on occasions with ace queen suited. Highly
You
unlikely.
might call me crazy here, but I would consider strongly folding ace king here because of my chip stack, because of how strong that
Yeah.
looks, the positions, and he's just not putting in half his stack and folding pretty much ever. So I do see what you're saying, ace queen suited, but we blocked that heavily.
Good point there, yeah, good point.
Could we ever call fold here on a bad flop? I don't know. Yeah, call me crazy, chap, but I think I'd fold ace king in this spot. It's easy to say that looking at it now, but sitting there is a different story. And we can't afford it with our chip stack. But you're nearly hoping just to be up again. He's just not going to make that move with ace king. So if you don't have him on any bluffs here, it's got to be aces. I mean, he has to have some bluffs, but very little. I haven't seen enough of the player to rule out him bluffing at all, but it's just screaming aces. Like,
Yeah, no, totally. You've called this absolutely right, Dan, and you basically said the worst move here from Andres would be this min raise because he's just going to kill the action. Well called, sir.
wow,
Well called, Dan.
brilliant.
That's big fold, disciplined fold from Oliver Tokic, the Croatian. And he
Yeah,
gets
it takes
paid.
discipline to do that. If you're on tilt and you're not having a good day and things aren't going your way, you probably sometimes just go with the ace king there. But if you really break it down, okay, what's my opponent saying to me here? He's put in 60,000, he's got 70 behind, and look at the action. It just seems like that all indicators are there to have like kings plus, really. I mean, maybe he does that with queens, but you're hoping for queens. I don't think he does that with jacks. So what are you beating?
Question for you. Yeah, you're spot on. Question for you, Dan.
Yes, sir.
If Andres 4-bet rip for the lot.
It gets the call.
I totally think it does, yeah. Totally.
Yeah, because it's a 30-year stack, a little bit over 30-year stack. It's Ace King, and yeah, he's done himself a disservice there for 30 big blinds, because I think if there's a 4-bet rip, the price you're getting, I think you just have to call Ace King.
Yeah, couple of comments in the Twitch chat asking, who is this wonderful new commentator? I'll tell you exactly who he is. It's Dan Rankin from Ireland, and appreciate all the interaction on the platforms we're broadcasting on. An absolute pleasure to bring you all this live poker content, and it's business as usual here in King's Resort. Another massive guarantee, another guarantee smashed at this German Championship of Poker main event.
Thanks very much for having us. It's great to be here, and thank you for the comments.
I understand.
So they're still discussing that hand, are they? No. Talkage.
I think it would have to get some talk about it at the table for sure. Now, another thing to say about that is, if he had more, say he had 50 big blinds and he'd done a 4-bet there, it's a little bit different. And there are players out there that will make it look like they have to have aces, but in that particular spot, putting in almost half your stack, like, you just can't do that without a really strong hand in general. There are crazy people out there, so that has to come with a disclaimer. But it was a very, very good and disciplined fold with Ace King. I think history is very important. I almost see it like boxing. It's like, okay, he jabbed me here, so I need to counter punch here. And I like that dance. It's almost like just like a start, a middle, and an end. I love that about tournament poker. You don't get that as much in a cash game setting. I think it could be a bit more wild and crazy. But if there's significant history there and you've seen someone 4-bet folding there, then okay, you could go with a weaker hand. But from what you've said, and since I've tuned in, it seems they're playing pretty solid and honest overall so far. And the Jack-8's just going to take this small pot down.
Sound is 5 out of 10. So basically the quality of our sound is not great, I've been told. But thanks for the update. We will definitely improve on that for the next stream. But unfortunately, you're stuck with what we've got so far today.
Yeah, I can hear everything perfectly on my end. I don't know whether it could be coming from me.
Yeah, it could be mine. Could be mine. Anyway, we won't worry about 5. Hey, listen, this is Moose Vogel who's given us 5 out of 10. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm taking up my Sunday grind to be here, guys. We're doing our best over here.
Uncle Otto. Moves in. Blinds are up now.
Yeah.
2,000, 5,000. So what do you think of these? I just want to ask you a question, right? We'll just see what the big blind wakes up with here. Nothing. So the ace-9 rip gets through from Uncle Otto. But just this new 2,000, 5,000 blind level, right?
That was the first thing I was going to comment on. I love how small the changes are. So you've got the 2-5 instead of a goal.
It's interesting because someone, you know your man Philippe, the PokerStars guy, he had a pop he had a pop at the World Series just this week about this. You know, complaining about the like, you know, going from I don't know 1,000, like just this like taking out the 500s, like you know. He was saying that
Okay.
as a player, he likes them. Now, I like, for me, it's just about convenience. Like, do you know what I mean? You know, making it
Um,
easy, getting in more hands. Like, definitely for getting in more hands. This is like what we're talking about is like, you know, there's no 500 chips in play, so it's easier. You know what I mean? The bet sizing is all rounded off to thousands. So
I think
if
I
you
seen
had,
that comment. He said like, give the people the chips they paid for. Is one of the things I
yeah,
seen. But in Cork a couple of weeks ago, I had all the 100 chips in the room, and I was getting messages saying, "What did I win?" And it's a chip up.
right,
So I said, "Get the 100 chips away from me. I have a castle of them in front of me, but they're no good." You know. So I see both sides of it. I do like having a lot of chips in front of me. I think it's cool. I don't like having just a few big chips, and I do think it can affect the play. I genuinely do, because people don't. Not everyone thinks about how many big blinds they have. They look at how much chips they have, and it is
yeah,
going to affect their decision making.
the actual like physical volume of chips in front of them.
Yeah, and
You
it
know,
is.
instead of yeah,
You taking
no,
down all these
totally. I
pots,
mean,
and it feels good stacking chips. It just does. It's what we play for.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a fact. For some reason, if you like, just simply, if there's 100,000 chips in play, right, and there's just simple, is like a simple description, right? There's 100k chips in play. There's 10 players, and each have like one chip in front of them. You know, 10k chip in front of them. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, this is an extreme example. It's going to be over a lot quicker than, you know, players with like 100k chips in play, and they've like smaller denominations, bunches of smaller denominations. Do you know what I mean? It just, you
Yeah.
know,
Um,
players will play slower with more physical chips, like you know, lower denominations.
I think so. I think there's a lot of psychological factors that go into chips and what people do with them, how they play with them, how much chips they think they have in certain situations, and would I be wrong in saying that it actually speeds up the game having more chips? Like it's just easier for dealers, so it's slowing down the game if they keep having to change all the bigger chips. Also,
Yeah, but that's a different. Yeah. No, that's another point. Yeah, no, totally. If there's not enough change, yeah, absolutely. That slows the game down. People have to break up the big chips or whatever. Yeah. But like for me anyway, I think look, I'm loving this. There's no 25 chip in play now. It's gone. Like remember, you start 25, 50, and then
yeah,
like
yeah,
75, 150, and the 150, 300, and the ante then to kick in 25 ante, and you know what I mean. You're like the dealer would spend half the day just collecting chips and arguments between players who posted the ante and who didn't. You know. But that's the greatest thing
yeah.
the 25's gone, I think.
I think that when I hadn't played live, and I think I don't know if it could have been a couple of years, like, and then I didn't know about the posting the ante and the big, you post two big blinds when it's your big blind. At first I thought that was horrific because I was so used to playing turbos, short stacks. But overall, I
Yeah,
just see that it is way better for the game. I think there is a fine line here, though, what you're saying about the chips, because you can have too much chips in front of you, and that also slows down the game, like trying to stack them
yeah,
continuously,
yeah.
and So I think you have to just find a balance, like everything in life, and
That's the point. Yeah, totally, totally agree with you.
did this start early today, Finton? 73 hands, is that
Yeah,
just today?
yeah. Well, this
Okay, so
this
they
this tour this is day two. Yeah, so I'm
yeah.
not sure actually when this started, and that's I know that sounds really bad to me, but I just look at my stream time. I don't really look too much into the background. I mean, this sounds awful. I just like,
It's
you know,
okay. You can keep the
I
questions
get a
coming for
list of
me. I
players
won't
about
ask too
10
many
minutes
questions.
before it
So,
starts. I hop on, I click on a few links, and I go, all right, okay. But no, to be honest with you, I've been following this series pretty closely because I've been reading all the press releases every day about the numbers, and I'm
hmm
a bit of a numbers addict when it comes to tournaments. Always want to find out how many players, what was the prize pool, what's the first place payout, and look at the players and the country flags, and I get a kick out of that, seeing who's winning what in what events.
well, you're very in the know and up to speed, I would say. So it's a skill.
Well, thank you for them generous comments. I'm not sure how true they are, but I'll take them.
It's important though to know what's going on. Like I say the World Series, for example, I am way behind. I don't even know what's going on. I seen Ivy nearly won a bracelet and one or two other things, but like I should pay more attention to those because you learn a lot. Even what you brought up there about the chips, like I seen that Twitter comment and I'm like, what? Like, why are people complaining about these things? They're just such small, minuscule things to me. But then when you break it down, it actually does make a difference. Um,
Yeah, yeah. No,
there's lots of these little
I didn't
things
think
that you
of it
don't
the
think
way.
of.
Yeah, I didn't think of it the way your man Philippe. He's a PokerStars pro. I know him. He's a Brazilian guy. I think it's the same guy. I think I follow him on Twitter. Came up in my timeline anyway, and I thought, you know what? It's not. It's a good point.
I would say a lot of the time when I'm playing live poker, I honestly just I'm happy to be there because I don't play as much live as I'd like to. So I don't pay attention to a lot of the little things that other people would notice more that are playing live all the time.
Yeah,
But you got to listen to the top pros if they have a complaint about something because they're not just saying it for no reason or out of nowhere. And
yeah,
they're
yeah. I
some of the
think
most intelligent people in the industry, like so they know what they're talking about.
I think you. I think you. I think you pretty much summed it up, Dan. It's about balance, and have
hmm
the right denominations in play. Have enough, have enough chips in play where the dealer's not struggling for change, etc. But have it where it's not just too messy or too complicated, and there's crazy bet sizes. Like I raise you you know 55,000 and 25. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do think that I actually hadn't even thought that's another thing that would show you I wasn't paying attention. That I forgot I didn't notice that they no longer use 25 chips, but it makes so much sense.
So Ace Queen versus King
Got
8.
yeah, this is just he's bet and a call, and
Now Emil
he
should be
says
fine
going to
off
have to
again
bet
tonight.
again.
Yeah, he's given up, and the Ace High is going to do it. Emil probably figured he could showdown there with the King High, given that the Hearts and Diamonds were
Harrison
in the pot.
Diamond miss. I might have went for a second barrel there because we want to get him off ace high. I would have bet maybe a bit bigger on the turn if I was going to bet at all. But I do see that we can have showdown with our king high, but he can also have all the heart draws and diamond draws that contain an ace, and I think we need to get him off those. So I would have liked to see another bet there, but you can go for either or. Your
Well,
king high is going to be some flush draws, you know.
absolutely agree, Dan. Absolutely.
And B says over
Rafi,
100 big blinds here now.
yeah, it's a serious, serious stack. 106 bigs. This is a new arrival on our table, centered the screen here. Nico under the gun here with the ace 4. 23 bigs.
I wouldn't imagine he'd be opening ace 4. Maybe if it was suited, it'd be a better candidate. We haven't been seeing that much action. I know we had a few all-ins, but big pairs and confrontations. It's been very small ball. And
Yeah,
like I said earlier,
absolutely.
people playing quite honest.
Yeah, it's an interesting stage in the tournament. I mean, you're in the top like 20%. You're in the top 20% of the field, but you're still not getting paid. You've beaten like 80% of the field, if you know what I mean. But you're still not going to make a dime unless you outlast 50% of the field. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah, and how close are we to the money, Fenton? I don't want to ask you more questions, but
you can see the graphic there on the top right? It says
yeah,
there's
it's 94 of
516. Yeah, so 516 entries, and they're paying 55.
Okay.
55.
So we probably won't be reaching the money tonight. I wouldn't imagine so.
Again, this is something I should know, Dan, and it's
Okay,
also really bad here.
It's okay.
Clue. I really don't. Let me guess this. I think it could be hitting the money tonight. I think it actually will.
Yeah, but it's such a deep stack tournament. There's so much play in these things.
Yeah, but time marches on, Dan.
Time does march on. Enjoying the passage of time. Poker's a great way to do that.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of trash people being dealt anyway. He's opening the Jack 7 off. Now this is a bit spicy. In the high Jack here. And pocket 4s in the small blind for Oliver. Definitely just want the flat here. Try flop a set. And I think this, from Bise, it might be a bit loose to call here on the button. I would, if I was going to elect to play the hand, I would probably choose the 3-bet here. But he has all the chips, so it's not the worst. And we're going 4 ways to the flop here, Fenton.
Tokic makes a boat.
Oh! That's one way of hitting the board. No one really has much.
Check. It's going to go check around, I think. No, look at this.
This guy's got other ideas. It's a spicy open and a spicy bet here 4 ways.
And Tokic just trying to look as if he's concerned and he's confused and he doesn't know what's going on. But he knows exactly what's going on. He's flopped a boat. Nico is finished with this. Does have the back doors, but
yeah, I mean, he just hasn't connected at all here. He's just going to have to let it go. No one can really do anything. It's going to be interesting to see if Masij decides to continue on the turn.
Well, he's absolutely
and
nothing.
Bise is called here.
No draw.
Bise has
what?
called here. Oh, he folded. No, the graphics. It's caught up now.
Now I like this snap check from Tokic, but Masij checks back. Now, I'd love to see another check here from Tokic.
I'd love to see another check here because
Yeah,
he
because
has to
that
rep
ace
the ace.
should favour Massif, like, you know what I mean? And it's a card Massif could rep. So a check here will get money, I think, for Tokic.
I might have elected to bet the turn here with a king peeling off to try get my opponent off a 4, maybe a flush draw. Yeah, I don't really like a bet here because if our opponent is bluffing, we want them to. They are going to bet an ace, and it should likely to. We're not. Our opponent's rarely ever going to check behind it, or should never check behind with an ace. So therefore, I think going for a check raise here is optimal over betting. And nothing you can do there. We also would want our opponent to bluff if he had missed hearts. Bit of music in the background to get them going, Finton.
Oh, yeah. Has to be done.
And as the night progresses, and we get closer to the money, I would think some of these bigger stacks are going to be loosening up and putting people to the test. Especially the way this table's been playing, it's been a bit nitty, and there's definitely a lot of spots there for the bigger stacks. It would really put a lot of pressure on their opponents close to the money.
Absolutely, Dan. So, ace 6 suited. Nico with 95k. Big blind 5k. So the 19 bigs behind decides.
He just elects to call here.
Yeah.
I would have liked to seen a jam.
Well, Christopher's going to be calling. He should be calling here with a suited king. He's getting a huge price.
Phenomenal price.
I mean, 32k in there. He's getting 5 to 1 plus.
5 to 1.
A suited king. He's got to be calling.
Yeah, he's just getting too good of a price here. He doesn't want to see clubs, and he gets away.
I mean, I don't know how profitable that would be long term to be doing that.
Oh, he would have flopped the best hand.
And he gets paid because
instead Nico has the best hand against ace queen here. I would expect Andreas to continue, especially with the backdoor spades. Now, if you're Nico, I might elect to just go all in here with a less than 20 big blinds, and he does. You don't want to just call here, and there's so many bad turns. Your opponent can just put all the pressure on you, and you don't know where you're at with your 6. And if you're going to flatten the small blind and flop this good, I think you just have to go with your hand. It sucks for Andreas here. What are you thinking here if you're Andreas, Finton? Yeah, so let it go.
I just give it up. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind his continuation at all. King high, that king should favour him, and you know he does have backdoors, backdoor spades, backdoor straight possibility. Could have checked back.
I do.
I mean,
Yeah, I do agree. However, I would expect my opponent to jam a king 10, a king jack, king queen, ace king, and then I wouldn't expect him to defend with like king 8, king 7, king 6, you know,
yeah,
king 9.
yeah.
Even king 9, I would like to see him jam, maybe not the offsuit combinations. So it's hard to put our opponent on a hand because if he's got a small pair, he's got 20 big blinds, he should be going all in. If he's got a big ace, he should be going all in. It's hard for him to even have heart draws. Therefore, like, if I had a lot of chips, and I just think he has to fold with ace queen there, but it's hard to put our opponent on a king. And I don't expect him to flat too many sixes from the small blind. So what's he saying he has? However, I just think it's just too much chips to be wrong in that particular spot. And I guess a lot of people will flat with a big king in the small blind there if he's going to flat with it, something like a hand like a6 suited. So the siege here opens with ace8. You want to get called by the pocket eights and the cut and the hijack. Uncle's getting an amazing price here, but I don't think 5-4 off is going to cut it.
That's the problem. It's not only the strength of the hand. It's his chip stack depth also. Dan, I think, is his cause for concern.
Yeah.
But he does like the odds. Flicks it in, and Onken Otto has made a pair.
5.
And it's hard when you
This is the problem here, yeah.
and then you get a piece of it, like, you know, it's just hard. Like I guess bottom pair, you know what I mean, he's just gonna check fold to
I have been guilty of flicking it in here with the 5-4 off myself, but like a lot of the time we're going to be check jamming all in with a draw, and we're against two opponents. I know the price is great, but I've learned over time that these defends off them stack depths are not that great.
Now look at this for
you flop
an 8.
You flop a 5, and you're like, or you just don't even. It's very hard to be good.
You don't know where you are. Yeah.
You don't know where you're at in the hand, yeah.
Yeah. Now this is interesting because Massive has connected with this 8, so he bets it out. But look at Anil Bisset, who's just going to smooth call here, surely. Now this is decision time for Otto. It's straightforward, isn't it? Fold. Bottom.
Yeah, he just has to let it go. I mean, he's got a bad straight draw, and like even a heart completes the flush draw. If someone had a flush, or someone had two hearts. Oh, he raised here. Yeah.
I don't know about the raise here. Like, I suppose the board is pretty wet. Like, you know what I mean? Flush draws.
Yeah.
Straights there.
I think if our opponent did have something strong, though, he might bet on the flop. So raising the turn doesn't accomplish that much, only just to get draws to fold. I know he's trying to get more money in the pot, but I would have liked to just see a call there. Plenty of time to raise on the river. A siege with the king queen offsuit here from under the gun.
He seems to be pretty active, Massif.
Yeah, well, he's got nearly 60 big blinds. So it is one of the bigger stacks at the table, as far as I can tell. This should just be a fold with the Jack 10 from Christopher here. I guess as we get closer to the money, people are going to be tanking a bit more, trying to get that 2K payout.
Yeah. But we're still a couple hours off the bubble for sure. I think 2 to 3. I think about 3 hours off the bubble is my guesstimation. Now, big blind, ace 10. I think it's a straightforward call here.
Just straightforward call, from an under the gun raise.
Disguising your hand. You're disguising the strength of your hand, which is always a good scenario.
If the raise was from later position, we could consider a 3-bet with the ace 10 off. But because it was a raise from under the gun, I think we just want to always defend here. Our hand is too good to be sad to have to 3-bet fold. And our opponent is saying, I'm pretty strong here from under the gun. A small bet here from Massage. I would like to see a continue for that size, although we don't have much going on except the back doors. But I think for just over one big blind here, we should see a turn.
Check call from Arden. Turn is a 9 of diamonds. Ace high is still in the lead. And Arden's going to be checking again. And
I would expect Massage to continue.
Yeah, this is the question. Does he continue now?
And if I would be going relatively big here. I would like to see 2/3 to even maybe 3/4 pot. And he's gone for 20,000. I would have liked to see maybe closer to 30, but it still accomplishes the exact same thing.
So Dan, I'm going to gracefully bow out and leave this stream in your good hands.
Okay.
I understand there's about 15 minutes left in this level, and then there's a break. And
okay, and they've had their dinner break, have they?
Yeah, they just get like every 2 hours. They get like 15-minute break.
Okay, well, it was great to catch up with you, sir, and thank you for leaving me in your capable hands. And I'll do you proud.
Really, best of luck.
And I hope you've enjoyed the conversations out there, guys. And enjoy the rest of your evening, Fintan.
Thanks so much, Dan. Thank you. Bye-bye. See you later.
Okay, goodbye. Ace is here for Uncle. With a stack of about 12.5 big blinds. I would assume he's just going to min raise. He hasn't been messing around with cards so far at this table. And he does go for just over a min raise. And that's going to get it done, I think. Siege just with the Jack 4 offsuit. And the players will be going on break in about 13 minutes. We are about 40 away from the money here in King's Casino. So 1k buy-in. Nearly €100,000 for first. Bisa is just chilling with 110 big blinds. Fives for Uncle here with about 15 big blinds in the cutoff. And he could elect to just go all in. You don't really want to be messing around with those small pairs. And he has just done that. And I think this should be a call with ace-10 suited from Andreas. We're going to be ahead of our opponent's range here. And with Uncle only about 15 big blinds. It is for a large portion of our stack, but I think our hand is just too strong. And he does call. And we're going to be going off to the races here. Ace-10 of clubs for Andreas. And pocket fives for Uncle. Oh! And what a flop for Uncle. It is all over. And Uncle will get a nice double up here. And he's being patient, this guy. He's really been picking his spots. And that's a big hit to Andreas. But you've got to win those flips. He's now playing about 30 to 35 big blinds. Much needed double up. He's looking like a boss. And has been the boss of this table for most of the day. Uncle now with pocket threes in the hijack. You could consider opening here. But he elects to fold. Arda folds the king-8 the cutoff. That's a mandatory open with ace-4 off for Massage on the button. And Andreas with as little as 11 big blinds. I think he's going to be moving all in here. And after taking that hit with ace-10 just a moment ago, he needs to take this spot. And Massage might just have to call this one for less than 12 big blinds. with all that dead money in the pot already, and the 10,000 he's committed with 48,000 to call. I think the odds are just a bit too good, but he does decide to let it go. And it is a great fold. He was dominated. Now Nico under the gun with ace 10 off. He has been quite snug today, and he does fold. And we are a bit away from the money yet, but as it gets closer to the money, you will see people stalling and pausing more. Trying to get that 2k. That min cash is so important in these tournaments. You see an open from a siege here with Queen Jack. And another decision for Andreas. I think his hand is just a bit too good here to pass. And I would think he will be moving all in. And he does move all in. And this will be too much for Siege if the ace-4 was too much a moment ago. He's having to think about it here, but I just think it's too many big blinds this time. If it was the last. You see the chip stacks there. Some healthy chip stacks, 56 big blinds, 70 big blinds, 107. And very, very few people under 20 big blinds. No one actually. And the players are about to go on break. But Bisset is chip leading the table. Oliver's had a good run the last 2 hours. Ace King off for Uncle here under the gun +1. He's going to raise to 11,000. And I'm not sure what MUSICBED has, but he has elected to call in the hijack here. And Bisa likes to play on the button, and he does call with the Queen 8 of diamonds. And we are going to go 3 ways to the flop here. Or maybe 4 ways. But I don't think Nico will be completing with the King 3 offsuit. So we are 3 ways to the flop here. I am not sure what MUSICBED has, as the graphics have not picked it up. And Bisa has flopped 2 pair here with the Queen 8 of diamonds. And Uncle has missed completely. He just decides to check. But MUSICBED has led out here for 12,000, which is quite a small bet. And the raise is just going to get through. I don't know what MUSICBED had here. And it's another pot for Bisa. Ace deuce suited for Uncle under the gun. I would think he's going to fold this one. Oh, and it's a bum deal. Hand 85 here, guys. For this championship, German Championship of Poker, the main event. Bisa here in the cutoff with King 10 offsuit. He's raised to 12,000. Now Nico with Ace 8 offsuit and small blind. We have seen him flatten the small blind up before, and he has done that again. This might bring in Christopher for the 7,000. But he does elect to fold, and I think it's a good fold. Jack, Jack, Jack is the flop. And I would imagine we are going to see it continue from Bisa. But he's checked. And he's decided to check his option here on the turn also. Queen 8 of spades here for Arda. And he has decided to open from under the gun here with Queen 8 of spades. Pocket fives here for Andreas. He could just select the call and try flop a set here. But with exactly 20 big blinds, it's a good fold. Now Oliver here with the ace queen. I would like to see a 3-bet here. And he does go for sizing of 25,000 as a 3-bet. Taking control of the hand, and look at this. Jacks for Nico. He has been playing quite snug, but I think Jacks is just going to be too strong to fold here. We have had a raise from under the gun and a 3-bet from the cutoff, so it's not ideal here with Jacks, but I just think our hand is probably too strong. And he's gone for just the call here. And for this sizing, this might bring in Arda. This is a strange flat with Jacks off this stack size, but he is on the button. Oh, we are going 3 ways to the flop here, guys. $87,000 in the middle already. Oh, and it's ace, queen, 7. The Jacks have been outflopped. But by flatting here, he's after saving himself his tournament. Unless the Jack was to pop off. Nice flop for Oliver. I would like to see him use a small sizing here. not go too big. And he's gone for 45,000. This is going to get the job done on the jacks. And Arda has a tricky enough spot with second pair, but in a 3-bet pot, 3 ways, his hand is not looking so pretty. And Arda just lets it go, and I think that's a good disciplined fold. And a nice puff for Oliver. Pocket deuces here for Andreas. He will fold. 9s for Emil Bise. Now, Uncle in the small blind with pocket trees. Very tricky to play these small pairs. And he might decide to flat and try flop a set here, but I think it's just better to lay down. And Arda with King 10 of spades in the big blind. And we will see him call. A 6, 8, 4, 2 diamonds. A bet of 20,000 is going to get it done. This guy likes showing hands from time to time. Just updating the chip counts there. So only one player under 20 big blinds. And again, Emil Bise well out in the lead here with 593,000. If you're just joining in, guys, this is the German Championship of Poker main event with a $500,000 guaranteed, with nearly 100,000 for first. We are about 40 away from the money, and this is day 2. Ooh, very pretty hand. 10-9 suited for Andreas, but under the gun. And that stack, it's not going to be opened. Queen 10 offsuit for Nico in the hijack. And it is folded around to Uncle on the button with 6-8 of diamonds. And yeah, he's got to let it go there. I would have liked to see it open from Uncle. The Cowboys for Bise under the gun here. Ace 10 for Nico, but I just think it's too early position for him to get involved. Oh, and he has gone all in for about 23 big blinds, which is a big move. Emil Bise, definitely our most active player at the table, so Nico had enough. And it's the Kings against Ace 10. Bise with the Kings, Nico with the Ace 10, and he's going to need help. The Kings are 3-1 favourite here. Oh, and he's flopped an ace. Bise needs a spades or a king. Just a king now. Otherwise Nico will double up. And that is the last hand before the break here. A much needed double up for Nico. Don't go anywhere, guys. We are going to be back in 13 minutes. Join us then for more action at the King's Resort for the main event of the German Championship of Poker.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello and welcome back to the German Championship of Poker main event, day 2, brought to you by Dan Rankin here. BC has over 120 big blinds. He's just been storming the table for most of the day. We've got a new player here with 9 big blinds, Dompa. I haven't seen him before. We're about 40 off the money here. The 1k buy-in, 500,000 guaranteed, and almost 100 grand for the winner. The blinds are now up to 3 and 6,000 with a 6,000 big blind ante. We are back at the King's Resort. Buckle up your seatbelts, guys. There's plenty more action tonight as we get nearer to the money with a minimum cash of nearly €2,000, I believe. And the action is away here. Dompa is our short stack with just under 10 big blinds. Arda here with a pretty 9-7 of diamonds, but elects to fold. Massage on the button, the King Deuce off suit. Sorry. And Andreas completes with the Jack 4 offsuit, and BC will check his option with 9-6 offsuit. The flop is Queen 9 Deuce. Not much here for Andreas. BC will bet with his 9 and take down the tiny pot. And if you're just tuning in, guys, we are live from the King's Resort, King's Casino. We are about 40 off the money. Minimum payout of nearly 2 grand, I think. The winner this evening will take a home nearly, or well, day 3 will be tomorrow, I think. So the winner on the day 4, the final table, will take home over €90,000, close to 100,000, I think. Let's see here with 5 deuce suited. That's going to go in the muck. And Andreas will put his cards in the muck as well, I would assume. You can see there are 79 people left, and I think 55 get paid. So not that far away from the money now. I'm not sure how many more levels they'll be playing tonight, but a few more hours for sure. And Emil with the 7-5 of hearts and Oliver with the 8-4. Oliver's turn to 4. But it is Bise who is bet. And he gets the 4 to fold. I'm surprised at that. This man has all the jewellery. A very accomplished player. Ace Jack here for Christopher. And also Ace Jack from Siege here in the hijack. Dump. Surprised to see the other Ace Jack folding there. Dompa with under 10 big blinds might elect to complete here. But he does let it go. He shows the ace, I think. A Siege with the 10-5 of diamonds. Folding around to Oliver here on the button with Jack 3 of hearts. And Dompa has gone all in here with ace 4. For Just over 7 big blinds. And it might just be a bit too much chips for Christopher to call off here. He is thinking about it. It is a considerable portion of his stack. And he would be left with about 10 big blinds. And he does fold. Tens here from a siege, under the gun +1. And it's folded around the small blind. Now, Uncle with Jack 9 offsuit in the big blind. Does he want to defend here? And Uncle is completing here with the Jack 9 offsuit. And he's outflopped the tens. And the siege is checked back. The turn is scary for both players. Will Masige fire a small bet here? No, he decides to check. Now neither player has a spade, so who wants it more? Although the jack might be good enough to go to showdown. And it does just that. Ace Jack now under the gun for Masige. Folds around to Uncle with King 9 offsuit. Don't know if he can do much from here with this hand. He gets the job done. Pocket 8s here for Bise under the gun +1. He's going to raise to 16,000. Now Dompa in the hijack with King Jack suited. He's playing only about 7 or 8 big blinds here, and he does decide to fold. Uncle on the button with Queen 9 of spades. And Uncle wants to see a flop here. And Queen 9 of hearts for Masige. So we're going 3 ways to a flop here. And it is ace, ace, 3 with 2 spades. Uncle with a flush draw, Bise with the 2 8s. And Uncle has turned a great flush draw. Or great flush, sorry. Bise is probably just going to wave the red flag here. Not much Bise can do. I don't think he can continue. Even though it is a relatively small sizing. That 35,000 bet is going to get the job done. A siege with King 9 offsuit in the small blind. And that's going to get it done. We have Ace Jack offsuit for Arda. It was raised to 16,000 in the cutoff. That gets it done, and we are now 20 off the money, guys. So you're going to see play slow down a bit, and the bigger stacks can really apply pressure. The smaller stacks are going to be trying to get that min cash. So important in these events. And we now have 3 stacks, you see, under the 20 big blinds. And the top 3 stacks with over $250,000 in chips. Big blind is 6,000. If you're just tuning in, they are playing for nearly €100,000. The German Championship of Poker main event. The ace-5 of clubs here. From the button is going to get it done. I think that we will reach the money tonight. Less than 20 players to go. Uncle here with the ace-10 offsuit under the gun +1. Playing a little less than 40 big blinds. Pocket 9s here for Arda. With a tricky enough stack. Does he just want a flat? Or is he looking to 3-bet? And he has 3-bet to 36,000. Siege with ace-9 offsuit in the hijack. Surely just going to be a muck. And the ace-10 off is going to fold. The 9s picks up that pot. And Masige is considering opening here with the king-8 of hearts, but he does let it go. An ace-king offsuit here for Bise. And Christopher is going to let the ace-5 off go. with less than 15 big blinds. He could complete there, but it is getting close-ish to the money. So he elects to fold. Ace queen off here for Andreas in early position. With his stack, he probably just wants to move all in, and he does just do just that. Uncle here with ace 3 suited, but surely it's a bit too much for him to be calling. And he does pass. Uncle here with the king jack of spades in the small blind. He's going to bump it up to 13,000. Quite a small raise from the small blind. I would expect Arda to call here. And the flop goes check, check. Now on the turn here, Uncle decides to bet now. And that's going to get the job done. Arda could have called there with a good shot, but he decides to let it go. Fold her out to Dompa. And Christopher. Now Uncle on the button with the deuces. He is going to open. Oh, he's decided to limp. This opens the door for Arda to complete with King 3 suited in the small blind. Oh, and he decides to raise. Raise to 23,000. And Uncle just lets it go. Good raise there by Arda. Putting his opponent on a weak hand. Now folded around to Christopher with ace-5, he lets it go. Ace-king off for Arda on the button. No one really has anything, and Andreas lets the jack-8 offsuit go. You're going to see a lot of folding now. We're less than 20 off the money. 72 players remaining here in the German Championship main event from the King's Casino. A raise from the siege, and I would imagine we'd have a complete here by Bisa, and we do. And a nice flop for Bisa, flops 2 pair. Not much there from the siege, doesn't elect to continue. And BC will take down that pot. He hasn't lost many hands today, that guy. I would expect him to get even more aggro and active as we get closer to that pay jump, or the min cash, sorry. Dompa has decided to go with King 6 suited here from under the gun for 42,000. Playing about exactly seven big blinds. And decides King 6 suited is good enough. With the blinds just about to hit him. And look at this. Andreas with aces here. He must have happy feet. He's loving this. And he's going to deliberate it for a minute or two. Make it look like he's not as strong as he is. And he's just decided to call, putting in roughly half his stack. Dompa's going to need help, big help. But he will win 1 in 5 times here. And the flop 7-4-3. He needs a 5. A 6 or a 5 now. And a king also. 22%. And it's no good. Dompa has been eliminated in 72nd place. And Andreas has won a pot of nearly 100,000. Jack 10 offsuit from Siege and the hijack here. Fold around to the small blind with 7-5 offsuit for Oliver. And Christopher has ace queen. I would think he would be going all in here. And he does just that. You can see the chip counts there. No one really that short apart from Christopher. And everyone folding here and Uncle winning with Ace Jack. Siege folding the King Jack offsuit from under the gun. Uncle raised to 13,000 in the small blind. And Arda just only 7k to call here. I'd imagine he'd want to see a flop. And he bangs the 7k in enthusiastically. And the flop is ace, ace, king. The turn is a 4. Yeah, whoever wants it more is going to win this pot. And the Queen 7 of Hearts gets the job done. Everyone folding around now to the button. And Uncle has pocket deuces on the button once more. Is he going to limp again or is he going to elect for a min raise? He's raised to 13,000 with the deuces. And Masiej is going to come along here with the Queen 9 offsuit. And Masiej is going to take that pot down with a bet of 15,000.
Die Zahl geht nur runter, wenn so sich mal einen hier hinsetzt. Und dann geht die Zahl runter, aber die bringen keinen mehr. Jetzt dauert das lange. Geht schneller. Einfach hier einen hinsetzen. Zwei auf einmal. Hinstellen und anstellen. Direkt Seat 7. Irgendwann muss der Platz ja auch mal laufen. Die Brücke 6er. 6er liegen 3-4 Mal. Das ist aber nicht. Die eine Ansage für nicht läuft.
We've had another elimination, so we're now 15 players away from the money. The average stack is nearly 370,000, so very, very deep here with the big blind only being 6k. Average stack about 60 big blinds. So much play in these structures, these deep events. I raised the 15,000 small blind here with the Queen 9 offsuit for Masiej. And a call from the 10-8 offsuit from Andreas, playing about 20 big blinds. I bet 10,000 is going to get the job done here for Masiej. See those chip counts once more. Bizet, I can't remember seeing him lose a hand all day. And if he did, it was probably only a small pot. Over 700,000 now for Bizet. It's incredible. 120 big blinds. This is nothing new to Bizet. Uncle has the snowmen here. Pocket eights raised to 13,000. And Arda in the cutoff with King Queen offsuit. And the flop of king, 9 deuce, 2 hearts are the flops best here. Not much for BC. And the 2 8s aren't looking too good here either. Bet of 17,000 here from Arla is probably going to get the job done. And it does indeed get the job done. Uncle here with king queen offsuit under the gun +1. And look at this, Andreas with ace king of spades. And the perfect reshoving stack with 20 big blinds on the button. And he moves all in. This is just going to take it down. Not much Uncle can do. He is giving this some thought, but I think he's just posturing with 15 off the money. There's far too much chips for him to call off here from an early position raise and a shove for 20 big blinds from the button. King Jack offsuit for Uncle here under the gun. And as I've mentioned already, the action is going to slow down as we get closer to the money. And queens here from Besiege in the hijack with a 3-bet to 35,000. And I'm surprised to see this uncle has called the 22,000 with the king jack offsuit. And he's not a pretty flop for the two black queens. A jack high flush draw for uncle. Siege deciding whether to bet or check and how much to bet if betting. Does decide to check back. Oh, the turn. It's giving uncle the flush. A bet of 25,000. Now is Besiege a non-believer? Will he call one street here with the two queens? Difficult decision here from Besiege. Quite a small bet, but he does indeed get away from the queens for that sizing. And a nice pot for uncle. If you are just joining in, guys, we are live from King's Casino, the German Championship of Poker. We are about 15 players away from the money. This is a €1,000 buy-in. We're at €500,000 guaranteed, and the winner of this tournament will take home nearly €100,000. The average stack is the blinds have gone up to 4 and 8,000 now, so the average stack is still playing in or around 50 big blinds. So much play in these events. Pretty looking hand here for Oliver with Queen 10 of hearts. And he certainly has the chip stack to open it from the button. And a Jack A of hearts for Christopher, who is now playing under 10 big blinds. We've had another elimination. There's 69 remaining. 55 get paid. Min cash of nearly €2,000. Folds around to the button here. You won't be doing anything with 7-5 offsuit. Queen 6 of clubs for Uncle in the small blind. And he just limps. Such a nice hand with Jack 10 of hearts for Arda in the big blind. And he will check his option. The flop is ace, 4, 9, 2 diamonds. A check from Uncle and a check back from Arda. Quick checks by both players. And the turn goes check, check also. Now BC with ace king of spades under the gun +1. With a raise to 23,000. Fold from the pocket trees. And I would imagine we are going to see a fold from the 8-6 offsuit here for 15,000 more by Masij. And he does let it go. He said he loves a good show, this fella. Good show. BC with a suited ace. Yeah, I like this open. He can really put pressure on anyone at the table with a chip stack like that. And edging closer to the money. That's exactly what he wants to be doing. Folding around to King 7 offsuit for Andreas in the big blind. Arden in the cutoff here with Jack 9 of clubs. And he decides to let it go. You see he's left the 7-5 offsuit go on the button. It looks like this is going to be a walk. Yep. And surprise, surprise, BC the Beast wins another pot. Albeit a very small one. Now Christopher A6 off is going to fold, or A6 suited under gun is going to fold. And a call by BC with King 8 off. And Oliver with Queen 8 off. And BC hits a flush on the river. Another elimination, guys. We are now 13 players away from the money. 68 remain from a field starting size of 516. And 122 of our coverage today. Day 2 of the German Championship main event. Folded around to Oliver with 7-6 offsuit in the small blind. Now, with ace-8 and this small stack, I would expect to see Christopher move all in. That will bring him up to nearly 10 big blinds. The Siege might be considering an open here. Would be a bit loose with the ace-8 offsuit, but he does go for it. Raises to 17,000. Now 6s for Christopher. With just under 10 big blinds. A real decision here, 13 players away from the money. And a shove would work here, but he does decide to let it go. Now Uncle in the big blind with Queen 8 offsuit. Does he want to defend? We have another elimination. We are now down to 67, so we are 12 players away from the money. It does look like Uncle is going to defend. Getting such a great price. He is dominated, however. Both players flop a good shot on quite a scary board. This board favours the big blind heavily here, so I do like the check back by MUSICBED. And I really like a lead here from Uncle on the turn with a bet of 20,000. MUSICBED calls with his good shot and the ace high, of course. Now, does Uncle have another bullet in the chamber? Shy Baby doesn't get any sweets, and he's going to have to bet here if he wants to win this pot. And that's a good bet by Uncle. Very tough call here from MUSICBED. But is he a non-believer? He can't beat much. However, he probably doesn't expect Uncle to have many hands that contain a 3 for a straight. He does block the straight with his 8. However, it's just not good enough to call here. And great play by Uncle. Once he bets the turn, he had to follow through on the river, and he did just that and wins a nice pot. Now, an update on the chip counts here. So we've only one player under 10 big blinds. You see Bisa still nearly rocking 100 big blinds. And the rest kind of in the middle of the pack. No one really critical apart from Christopher. But again, as I keep saying, there is so much play in these. And patience can be very undervalued. And you are going to see a lot of posturing around the bubble. People will slow down, take more time with all their decisions. Bisa with an open from the hijack here with A7 of hearts. You say Hoover's in. More chips. And this is interesting, just a limp from Bisa this time with ace-4 of clubs. I haven't seen much limping from this player today. Oliver is going to bump it up. He's chosen the size of a min raise. Which is quite small. But I guess he's just looking to take control of the hand. And Masij calls the extra 8,000, getting such a great price. We have 3 ways to the flop here. It is 9, 9, 6. The trips for Oliver. On a tiny bet of 11,000. Cheeky. But Bise, oh, he just lets it go. I thought he might have considered calling with the backdoor clubs. But he decides to just let it go. Oliver with a raise with a7 of diamonds to 17,000 in early position here. We've had another elimination, so we are now 11 players from the money. If you guys are just joining in, my name is Dan Rankin. I am good friends with Fintan. And I am taking over the stream for today. I'm delighted to be here with you. This is the German Championship main event with a $500,000 guarantee, a €1,000 buy-in, and the winner will take home almost 100,000 euro.
Hochgeschlafen, so ganz langsam und ruhig hochgeschlafen. Hab da gefühlt abgeblindet seit 4 Stunden.
Folded around to the button from the siege with ace-5 offsuit.
Ich hab hier noch keine Blind klauen können oder sonst was.
And he is going to open and raise to 18,000. This is going to get the job done, I would imagine. Now B-side the small blind with 10-7 of clubs. Is called Oliver with the ace, ace-4. He has bumped it up an extra 10,000 it looks like.
Mir noch keine einzige Dings. Das ist kein Samariter.
The flop is king, 6-8, 2 hearts. And 2 quick checks. The turn is the 10 of hearts, giving Bise a pair. But the river is an ace. And both players just, they've checked it down. That was a bit bizarre. I honestly don't know why there wasn't a bet there on the river. Unless I've missed something, which I don't think I have. Maybe they agreed to check it down. And I would think that that ace has to bet the river there. Folded around to the cutoff for Andreas with the Jack-10 offsuit. And I think we've had another elimination, which means we are 10 players away from the money now, guys. 10 players away from the money. With a min cash of almost €2,000. So Oliver, a stack of 422,000 in the small blind. He's completed, and Christopher has no choice but to go all in with his ace. It's been a very friendly table today. People playing very honest for the most part. It's good to see them chatting away. Makes for a better game, more enjoyable environment for the players. And more importantly, most of all, it's good for the game. Now Siege is raised to 18,000 under the gun +1 here. You're going to see a lot more of them kind of stalling no matter what hand they have, as we are this close to the money. And folded around to the button here, and a raise to 16,000 from Christopher, off a very shallow stack of just 10 big blinds to start the hand. But this must look really strong. Uncle decides to just call. Now, I don't know what to think if you're Arda here. The open looks really strong off that stack size from the button. And a flat from the small blind could be perceived as weak or strong. So he could complete or just fold. He has all three options available. Squeezing all in will be really sexy here, but I just think, and he's gone for it. Yes. He's read this situation perfectly. Really nice pick up there from Arda. No messing about. Folds around to the button, the small blind. He just walks. And Masij had jacks. Oh, pocket tens here for Bize. He would raise from under the gun here with the two tens. I think we'll see a fold from Masij with King 9 offsuit here in the small blind. Andreas will get rid of the Queen 4 offsuit. Now Oliver with King Queen offsuit under the gun. He's got the chips to open here for sure. Now fold it around to the big blind to Bize. Does he want to pay another 9,000 to see the flop? He does. Two big stacks here. Going to see a flop. That's 477. Now, if you're Oliver, are you believing this? The board heavily favours Bize's range. And Bize takes down another pot. He's a hoover. Now pocket nines here for Uncle. Under the gun +1. Really pretty ace-5 of hearts for Masij here in the cutoff. But 10 players away from the money. What do you want to do? And he is going to think about this one. Genuine decision. He could fold here, he could call here, he could 3-bet here. All options were available. I think he made a good fold there. This close to the money. I think flatting also would have been fine. And 3-betting that hand would have looked really strong. But he did elect to fold. And the nines take it down. And Emil Bisset has raised to 17,000 with ace-5 of spades from the button. Now you see the chip counts there, guys. Bisset is nearly moving towards 800,000 chips. And Stefani there rocking 5 big blinds. And Andreas is on the way to being critical there with 10 big blinds also. Bisset, the only player at the table to be over 50 big blinds. So 5 of our players with 30 big blinds or less. As we near the money in the German Championship of Poker main event. €500,000 guaranteed, a €1,000 buy-in, and the min cash of nearly €2,000. With our winner getting nearly €100,000 for this tournament. This is day 2. Folded around to the hijack. One of our short stacks, Andreas. The A7 offsuit. Yeah, he's going to fold here. Surprise, surprise, it's Bisset with a hand in late position. Raised to 20,000 here with the ace-10 off. And Uncle lets the king-3 offsuit go. We've had another elimination, so we are now 9 players off the money, guys. Bisset with the castle of chips now beside him. Very cool. And we might see another walk here when Uncle with only 4 high, albeit it's suited. And he does decide to call. The option is on Arda here. His intuition has been very good here today. And he sniffs it out. Put the pressure back on Uncle here. And Uncle just lets it go. Andreas here with ace queen suited under the gun with just over 10, nearly just over 11 big blinds, so I would think he's just going to move all in here. He's got the blinds just about to hit him. He does move all in. Look at this. Joseph, who has just joined the table with a stack of 864,000. Wow. Has just moved all in from the hijack. But this is going to be a chop most of the time. And they will just chop it up. And looks like the players are going to go on a 15-minute break here, guys. But don't go anywhere, because we will be back for more poker and watch this bubble burst in the main event of the German Championship, Day 2.
Surprise, motherfucker! The king is back!
now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello and welcome back, guys, for day 2 of the German Championship of Poker main event. 1k buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed, and nearly 100,000 for first. We are 9 players away from the money, and we are at the business end of the day. You were joined by me, Dan Rankin, until the conclusion of today's play. The dynamic is going to be interesting here because we just had a huge stack. Josef get moved to this table, so he's the only player who has more chips than Bize. I'm excited to see what this brings, a new element to the table. We still have some short stacks here at our table and a couple of huge stacks. I don't know anything about this new player, Josef. There's our man Bize. I'd say he'll be able to match him. Everything's been going Bize's way today so far. Now, Uncle with pocket 4s in the hijack here, with about 25 big blinds. I don't think he wants to get involved this close to the money. He does let it go. As I have before mentioned, you're going to see a lot of stalling and tanking as we get really close to the money. And it's a great opportunity for the bigger stacks to apply serious pressure to the shorter stacks. The goal is to get that min cash of nearly €2,000. I'm actually seeing the payouts for the first time here. The min cash is €2,098. And our winner will get €83,000, so it wasn't as close to 100 as I thought. But the winner will also, the first 6 places will get a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event day 1A ticket. Wow, guys, that's amazing extra value. And there is some new chips in play. Got the orange chips are 5k, the greens are 25k, the white are 100k, the pink are 500k, and there is yellow 1 million chips, but they are not in play yet. This is hand 142 of day 2. Andreas has moved all in here with ace king with just under 10 big blinds. Now Oliver does have pocket 3s in the big blind, but I think this will be a little bit of a stretch considering we are less than 10 players away from the main cash. But he is going to give it some thought. So crucial to pick up the blinds and antes at this stage. The big blind at 10,000. And he does let it go. An absolute crucial pot for Andreas. Essential to pick up those blinds and antes. He certainly didn't want to call, I'd imagine. Oh dear, Christopher. With only 4 big blinds now. And you can see some of the bigger stacks. Josef, our chip leader, with 87 big blinds, and Bise closely in second place. Closely followed in second place with 76. We have 4 players under the 20 big blind mark. Now, folded around the hijack to Masij with 10-7 of clubs. But with 16 big blinds, he's going to let that go. And it's Bise on the button here with Jack Queen off. Or Queen Jack off. I imagine he's going to open, and he does. And Bise will take that down with a bet of 29,000. We've lost another player, so we are now 8 players away from the money. Arda lets the 2 5s go. And look at this from Joseph in the small blind. Just putting Christopher all in. And he can just do this with any two cards. Clearly. We've had 2 more eliminations, so we are now 6 players away from the money, guys. Fold around the cutoff here to Oliver. And here comes Joseph with the ace-5 on the button. And in a different situation, this would be a clear consideration for Uncle, but this close to the money, he can't do anything, and it just shows the power of having all the chips and the pressure you can put on your opponents at this stage. There's just nothing he could do there with the ace-9 of diamonds. And Joseph again here from the cutoff. Just going to be relentless here, as he should be. There's nothing anyone can do in this situation. We've just had another elimination, so we are now 5 players away from the money. And you can see there that the average stack is still 43 big blinds. Which is just quality at this stage of a tournament with this good of a structure. And Joseph here from the hijack with 7-5 offsuit is going to raise it up. And it's unfortunate that Joseph is on Bizet's. He has position on Bizet because Bizet will be taking a lot of these opportunities to win these small pots. But he's just chilling and can fold and pick better spots. The last thing he wants to do is get into a huge confrontation with Joseph. The siege is just going to tank here. Run down the clock. And he does let it go. And surprise, surprise, another pot for Joseph. And we've had another elimination, so we are 4 players away from the money now. Bizet is going to put his chips to work with ace-9 off under the gun here. Quite a difficult spot for Oliver. He doesn't really want to get too involved here. Though ace-queen is a very good hand. He might elect to call. He has gone for the 3-bet option here to 60,000. And it is a spot that Bizet could put more pressure on Oliver. But he hasn't been out of line all day really, so I would think he would just let it go. This is the problem with 3-betting ace queen. You don't want to get 4-bet. But it's got to look pretty strong here, under the gun and under gun 1. 3-betting one of the chip leaders at the table. Bize lets that one go. And that's the first hand I can remember Bize losing in quite some time. Not that he lost much.
Jeder jetzt 5 Minuten überlegen, bis du kommst nicht in den rein. We save you. Familie, ja? Family table, no TV table, family table. Guck, wie lange ich brauche, um meine Karten zu scannen.
No TV table, family table. They have been very friendly and talking loads at the table, which is great to see. It's just great for the game. Makes it so much more fun. I think poker lacks that sometimes, how serious it can get. And I am fully aware of how much money they're playing for it. But it's no harm to courteous and friendly at the table, and makes for a better environment for everyone. Makes the game more enjoyable. You're there to have fun at the end of the day. We are now 2 players away from the money, as Josef raises with ace-5 off from early position here. And poor Christopher here. He's running on absolute fumes. It was 16,000. He won't be calling here with the Jack 10, but he hasn't got that many hands left. He'll be eaten alive by the blinds. And he does decide to go with the Jack 10 off for less than 2 big blinds. And Arda also has an ace here, which is good news for the Jack 10. He's going to tank for a while here with the Queen 10 off. Now it's Andreas' turn to tank. Now Bisek can tank if he wants. Decides to come along with the jack tree off. Try eliminate a player. So there's an ace mucked and a jack mucked. Or sorry, there's a Christopher is going to need help. He's got 2 jacks and 3 tens. And Bisek decides to bet with his 3. And Josef has a good shot here. We could actually hit it straight with a deuce. Or a 6, but it didn't. It's the Queen of Hearts on the river. Bisek has decided to bet 40k here as a bluff. I would think he's doing this as a bluff. And Josef doesn't seem to be that convinced. And are those raising chips? Oh, they are. Wow. This is superb stuff by Josef here. Just really well played. And that will see the elimination of Christopher. And you know what that means, guys? We are hand for hand. We're on the exact money bubble. One more elimination and we are in the money of €2,098. When you're going to all these trips, you know, these min cashes are just so essential to pay for things like flights, accommodation, your next buy-in. And for people that satellited in or qualified, they could have qualified for as little as €50 or €100. You know, that's €2,000. You're already up 20 times your money. There's always that air of excitement in the room once the bubble is burst. You can see the chip counts there. Joseph and Bize riding high. 3 of our players at the table are under 20 big blinds. With Andreas with 9. If you're just tuning in, guys, we're on the exact money bubble. The German Championship of Poker main event, day 2. The main cash of over €2,000 and a first prize of €83,000 and a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe entry, which is just incredible for the top 6 players. These hand for hands can sometimes last a while, or they can end very quickly. It just depends. The action is just going to heat up as soon as this bubble is burst. Players relax, and it's coming towards the end of the day. It's a great chance to build more chips. And we can see now that Joseph has over a million chips. He's chipped up really nicely in the last hour or so. And then day 3 is on tomorrow, with the conclusion on Tuesday. Non-stop action in King's Casino. And Joseph will definitely be opening this on the the exact money bubble. Went over double the average stack, and I'm playing over 100 big blinds. No Arda here with the ace jack offsuit and the hijack. I personally think he just has to let this one go. And he does just that. Good disciplined lay down there, especially on the bubble. Around the Bize, the small blind with king queen offsuit. And he just elects to call in the small blind. He does not want to be tangling in a huge pot here with Joseph. That would be a disaster for him at the moment. Although I love to see the big stacks go at it. This bet is tiny from Bize. He's definitely going to get called. And the river is a 9. Now if I'm Bize, I'm betting big if I'm betting. And that's just going to get looked up, I think. And good play there by Joseph. Pot controlling on the flop and calling 2 small bets after hitting top pair on the river. And we are still hand for hand. King Jack of Diamonds here for MUSICBED. His range is just going to be so tight with one player off the money. And King Jack suited is not going to fit into the category of all in. And he does let it go. Beautiful Queen Jack suited of hearts for Bizet on the button. He bets and takes it. And I wonder how many short stacks there are in the room. I would think there would be 1 or 2 stacks that are less than 9 big blinds for sure. But bubbles have a way of dragging themselves on. Very tense moment for the players around the room, especially if you're nursing a short stack and the blinds coming around fast. With the polar opposite being, if you have a large stack, you're just chilling. You kind of want the bubble to last as long as possible. To just put all the pressure on your opponents with the short stacks. I think that song playing in the background would be more applicable if the bubble had been burst. Then they could play it. We have another hand here now. We are still hand for hand. And look at this now, Siege with the aces. The problem with getting aces is you just look so strong when you raise off this stack. One off the money in this tournament. Andreas just kind of has to fold here, I think. And the Siege making it the full 30,000 here, just 3 times the big blind. So he means business. And Andreas with just under 10 big blinds would not have much fold equity, if any. So he just makes the disciplined lay down here. Now Bize in the cutoff with King Jack of diamonds. But I don't think he can get involved. Looks like he wants to make it, and he does call. with 2 7s here. He just lets it go. Four, 8, 9, 1 diamond. And Siege just moves all in. It's just too big of a bet. But I can understand with what's at stake. I would have liked to see him make a smaller bet there. Or perhaps even check and let your opponent bite. This will be the 5th or 6th hand for a hand. Pressure mounting out there. Folds around. Bizet with ace king. Raises to 30,000. Elects for the full 3x. And that's going to take the pot down. And you can see we're getting updated with the chip counts every hand. But the rich are just getting richer. Next hand, they're all looking around the room like eagles. And of course Joseph is going to raise nearly any two. But look at this, Arda has picked up the ladies. I just think we're going to see an all-in. Queens is just going to be too good of a hand, even if we are on the bubble. Joseph's raising so light. A quick fold from Joseph. He wants to get more hands in. And this is going to put way more pressure on the room. The blinds are up to 6 and 12,000. A short stack now with 8 big blinds. Our big stack with 90. You see, 1, 2, nearly 5 of our stacks. 5 of our stacks are under 20 big blinds now. You see the pressure. When you have to fold a lot at this stage, it really can eat away at your stack. Andreas here with ace queen. And yeah, he's decided to pass, and I think it's a good pass. Especially into a full table here. Arda here with ace nine off. The small blind. I know it's Joseph that's opening, but you'll just have to muck this one. And the 8-4 suit is going to get the job done. We are still on the exact money bubble here if you're just tuning in. The German Championship of Poker main event. $500,000 guaranteed. 83,000 for the winner. And a 10k ticket for the World Series of Poker Europe. This is day 2. There are 56 players left. 55 get paid. €2,098. We are one elimination away from the cash monies. Ace King here for Oliver. Under the gun +1. And he's going to raise to 26,000. The fold from Joseph with pocket fives. And the Queen 3 is going to go into the muck, and the Ace King will take it down. You would have to think there is a couple of players in the room getting dangerously low. And our short stack now has 6 big blinds. Oliver under the gun here with pocket sixes, and he's going for an open. The good thing about Andreas' stack is that the blinds have hit him. He's got a full orbit before the blinds hit him again. Now Bize is probably just going to complete here. Oliver looks very calm and relaxed. Oh, Bize is going for a re-raise. He has 3-bet to 65,000. He offers the show, but Oliver doesn't want to see. Couple of quick folds, and Arda here, the hijack with ace-jack suited. Diamonds. What does he want to do here? Does he want to go for a steal? Not really a steal with such a pretty hand, but given the dynamic, and he lets it go. Not surprised to see that fold, and it's a good disciplined laydown with the ace-jack suited there, raising into some of the bigger stacks. However, MUSICBED wants to open the ace-5 off here from the cutoff. This is a little bit ambitious with his stack and one off the money. And Oliver wants to see a flop with the 7-4 of diamonds. That's 10-6 deuce, 2 spades. Nobody really with anything, so if MUSICBED opts to continue, I would imagine he's going to take this pot down. But he does elect to check. And now Oliver has an open ender here. MUSICBED has a piece too with his pair of 5s. Goes check, check, and Oliver has the best hand now with a pair of 7s. Surely it's time to bet. And he goes for 16,000. And he is going to get paid off here. Nice hand for Oliver. surprised to not see him bet the turn there with the open ender. And I would have liked to see a continuation bet from Masij on the flop. Hand 159. Look at this, Masij with ace king. And 10 big blinds. He is going to go all in. And gets it through. Much needed with 10 big blinds. We're just waiting for one more hand now. This bubble has gone on for nearly an hour, I believe.
Triple up.
Can you go over there and see how many shorts there are?
Yeah, of course.
That kills everything. You have time, you can go.
55, okay.
And it looks like that could be it, guys.
Nobody celebrated right now.
They are too tired after waiting.
I think the bubble has burst. And all players will be guaranteed a minimum of €2,098. Woo!
Go, family good. Family first. There you go.
Congrats to all 55 players remaining.
Jetzt Wendgehen, nichts mehr Familie.
Now let's see some carnage.
Jetzt möchte ich mit der Familie nichts mehr zu tun haben.
Watch the players loosen up now. The dynamic will change drastically. And a lot of short stacks will bust quickly. And the chip leaders can still apply a lot of pressure, but they will be more selective with their choices of opening cards. And Andreas has moved all in. The King of Hearts and the Ten of Diamonds. And the new player at the table has Ace King here. Oh! It's come 10, 10, 5, 3. The turn is a queen. He needs an ace. And it does not come. And Andreas has got the double up he was so badly wanting and searching for. It's not a good introduction for our new player. It's Arda under the gun here with ace deuce of diamonds. Playing less than 20 big blinds, he will just let this one go. Ace king of spades for Bize in the hijack. Just the jack deuce suited here for Uncle in the big blind. I don't know if he will elect to call with this one. But it is only 13,000 more for him to call. He lets it go. BZ is back to showing cards. Our players will be getting tired reaching the end of day 2. It can also be a good opportunity for the big stacks to capitalise. BZ here with 2 sevens raises to 25,000. And Joseph in the cutoff with Queen 9 of hearts. Folds. And Arda with Ace 5 of spades. Does he want to go all in or will he just call? He folds. Okay. I was not expecting him to fold Ace 5 suited there. But as you can see, he was dominated. Very interesting fold. And Queen Jack of diamonds here for Andreas. But he does fold under the gun. It's quite a tight fold from Andreas, but he did just double up. Round to Uncle in the cutoff here with Ace 5 offsuit. Playing about 15 big blinds. And he is going to open. Now, A7 offsuit for Andreas in the big blind. Does he want to defend this one? And he passes. He could have went for an all-in there also. He takes the safe approach. A short stack now. It's 6 big blinds. Joseph still hovering around the 90 big blinds. Most of the table is actually now under 20 big blinds. Now Joseph here with pocket threes, raised to 25,000. And Bizet has decided to call 13,000 more with the 5 deuce of diamonds. That's just going to get the job done. Repping an ace or a king there. There's not much Bizet can do with 5 high. And we move on to the next hand. Now ace-8 off for our new player. And he's all in. And everyone is folded around to the small blind. It's Bizet with ace-5 off. And not much he can do there. The ace-8's going to take this one down. And there is not another pay jump for another 15 players. So you'd expect to see some carnage. I would also expect to see an all-in here. With under 10 big blinds and the big blind about to hit him. It's a very, very tight fold. If you guys are just tuning in, my name is Dan Rankin. I'm very good friends with Finton, and I've been taking over the stream for today. Delighted to be here. You are watching the German Championship of Poker, the King's Resort. A €1,000 buy-in with a $500,000 guaranteed. €83,000 for the winner. We have just burst the bubble. Every player is now guaranteed at least €2,000. Bizet on the button with Ace King. Oliver with the pocket eights. Interesting to see what he does with these snowmen. And he's gone for a chunky 3-bet, it looks like. Just a full 3x to 91,000. About a quarter of Oliver's stack. And Bizet is probably just going to move all in. These guys have been going back and forth in a manner, very friendly manner. For most of the day they've been chatting and tapping each other and showing cards. But this is the business side of things. I'd expect Bizet to move all in, and I don't know if Oliver is calling with eights. I would guess that he would be more inclined to call than fold. And Bizet's moved all in. The action is back on Oliver. Does he want to call for his tournament here? Just under 30 big blinds behind. $26 big blinds if he folds. And having put a quarter of his stack in already, is his hand just too strong? I would like to see him make the call here, having invested so much of his stack already. Bizet just so calm and collected. Oliver showing the body language of someone who's about to pass, and he does. And Bizet, the boss, shows his hand once more. BZ adds at least 100k to his stack there. And he had taken a hit from one or two hands with Joseph before the bubble had burst. Andreas lets the Queen 9 of clubs go here. We're round to the cutoff. And it's Oliver on the button with Ace 9 off. He opens to 27,000. This is just going to get the job done. And that will do. King 8 suited here for Andreas with 10 big blinds under the gun +2. Close but no cigar, lets it go. Now Oliver with Ace 7 offsuit. A stack of 342,000. From the cutoff he does open to 27,000. Now Uncle playing a stack of about 15 big blinds with King 5 suited in the big. Will he call the extra 15,000? He's getting a very good price. He's given it a careful consideration. And he's going to flick it in and we're going to see a flop here. It's Jack, 3, 6, 1 diamond. That's a check from Uncle. Oliver puts a bet together of 42,000. I like this sizing by Oliver. And Uncle lets it go. Oliver staying active and getting busy, getting jiggy with it. Now 2 sevens for the siege.
Nicht mal eine Position hat die Bitte geholfen. Nicht mal eine Position hat die Bitte geholfen.
And off less than 15 big blinds, he's going to min raise, or raise to 26,000 with his 2 sevens. And nobody can really do anything, and he's going to pick up this pot, the 2 sevens. As we move on to hand 171 of day 2 of the German Championship of Poker main event. Andreas also with pocket sevens now, and I think there's only one move here with 10 big blinds, and he does move all in. Look at this, Oliver with ace queen. More than likely going to see some action here. All in. It's an all in from Oliver. We're going to be off to the races.
A little bit less, 20, 30 less.
So it's pocket sevens against ace queen. Andreas all in for his tournament life. Nearly a 300k, and it's an ace high flop. Andreas needs a 7 and a 7 only, or he is eliminated in 51st place. It's not a 7. Good game, Andreas. And a sizable pot for Oliver. Chirpy chips from Oliver here. And you see now 4 of our 7 players have 13 big blinds or less. Such a pretty hand, 10-8 of hearts. I would like to see him open here, but he folds. Don't blame him. It's ace-queen for Joseph, ace-queen offsuit. He's raised to 25,000. And Art has picked up jacks. And it's all in with the jacks from Arda, as you would expect. So we're off to the races, 2 hands in a row here. And will Joseph get richer? Or Arda double up? Joseph can certainly afford it. With over 1 billion chips. That's 6, 4, 3, 2 spades. No help for the ace-queen. That's a 5 of spades on the turn. An ace or a queen needed. Neither player has a spade. And it's a deuce. Oh. There's a chop pot. Arda thought he'd lost. Much to his relief, he's getting half the pot. Uncle has 2 10s here in the hijack with a just under 15 big blinds. Does he want to raise or does he want to go all in? And he goes for the all in. Nobody has anything and Uncle just takes the blinds. Now, king 6 of diamonds. Under the gun for our short stack. He lets it go. Now Arda has a hand he could shove. But he's folded. It's probably a good fold there by Arda. And Bise with ace jack on the button. And it looks like the two boys are going to clash again. Oliver here with pocket nines. Now, does he want to 3-bet again? Or is he going to go for the safer option of just flatting? At this time, he is just elected to call from the small blind. And look at this from Joseph. He is just 3-bet with Jack 4 of hearts to 115,000. And that's going to get Bise to fold ace jack. Joseph has picked up on the fact that Oliver 3-bet folded the previous orbit. And now he sees this flat from the small blind as maybe a weaker hand. It's a tough spot here for Oliver. But I would be inclined to maybe play for it all. If he's got a hand better than nines, then so be it. But his body language and now he's talking, so it means he's probably going to pass. Wow. Absolute power poker from Joseph here. Beautiful stuff. Finding a way to win a hand that he'd absolutely no business in. Uncle has picked up ace king here under the gun with a little under 20 big blinds. And he's just gone all in for nearly the 20 big blinds instead of the min raise option. This is a big shove. And in general, we want to get some action with our ace-king. Get called by weaker aces and weaker kings. Oh, but look at this. Oliver has ace-queen. Very hard for Oliver to get away from this hand here. Even though it is a really big shove. He has gone with it and I don't blame him. He's going to see the bad news. And Oliver is going to need a lady. So it's ace king for uncle, ace queen for Oliver, 400,000 in the middle. That's deuce 4-9. No help. He really needs a lady. And that's not one of them. He needs a lady on the river, it's all over. Oh my god, it's so sick. It's sick. Where's the lady? The lady on the river. That's going to eliminate uncle. You got a feel for him. Heartbreaking stuff. And Oliver is having quite the level. Now you see the updated chip counts here. Joseph nearly approaching 1.2 million. Our short stack with 4 big blinds. And just 2 12 big blind stacks, and the rest have chunky, healthy stacks. As we reach the conclusion of day 2 for the German Championship of Poker main event. Joseph has moved all in from the button with ace-6 offsuit. And Arda can do nothing about this with queen-9 off. And Konstantinos, our new player, has just raised to 25,000 with 8-9 of clubs. And look at this, Bise. Welcome to the table. 3-bet 110,000 off a stack of about 53 big blinds. And Oliver has to let his pretty king queen of diamonds go. And this is a very sizable 3-bet here with the ace king. I would personally like to see a smaller sizing. Maybe something in or around 80,000. Granted, they are playing very deep. Quite deep anyway. $75,000 to $85,000 would be a better sizing. Oh, 2 ladies for Arda on the button. 10 big blinds. Dream spot. Now if you did a little bit more you could probably min raise, but with 10 it might just look a bit too strong. And I think we will just see him shove. So he moves all in for 118,000. Folded around to the button once again. Siege has raised off 10 big blinds with ace deuce offsuit. Bizet is elected to complete in the big blind with jack 6 offsuit. The flop is 10, 7, 4. A check by Bizet. And Masige has checked back. I would have liked to see a bet from Masige there. And he decides to bet the turn. And Bizet just folds immediately. It folded around to the button once again. And our new player, Konstantinos. He opens the 25,000 with the King Queen offsuit. And Oliver with a king in the big blind. Will he want to see a flop? And he just lets it go, and I think that's a good pass. There is an incredible amount of chips at this table now. I don't know how that would fare up in relation to the other tables, but if you're to add up the amount of chips to this table, it's a lot. Granted, there is a few short stacks, but the amount of chips our big stacks have here is just incredible. Last 5 tables and you're playing 100 big blinds in an event like this. It's exhilarating. And Arda with the walking sticks, the 270, moves all in for 148,000. This is just going to be a little bit too pricey for King Jack of Diamonds. But it is only about 12 big blinds. Yeah, I predicted he would fold. Oh, Joseph. Queen Jack suited. Moved all in from the small blind. This guy just hasn't had a hand at all. Oh, he's just called. He didn't move all in. Okay. I don't really understand this from Joseph because his opponent can't call with 7-4 off, and now he's flopped a pair with his 4 and he's got it all in. Even though it's a very small pot. We are going to be reaching the conclusion of day 2 very shortly. This is the last opportunity for these big stacks to pound and pounce on the shorter ones. At least for today. It's been an exciting day of poker. It's been a long day of poker. We started off earlier on this evening for an hour or two with Finton. Then he gave me the reins for the rest of the night. It's been great to be here with you guys. I hope you've been enjoying the action from King's Casino. And make sure to tune in tomorrow and Tuesday for the conclusion of this tournament. There's an excellent commentator in the booth tomorrow, Sven Calls. It's a Twitch streamer. Very, very insightful when it comes to poker. Loads of interests and ideas. Always thinks outside the box. And he is going to be commentating tomorrow. So make sure you don't want to miss that. Tune in. Check out his Twitch channel. Always worth a watch. And I've enjoyed this so much, watching all the action today. I will certainly be back. You'll definitely be seeing more of me, or hearing more of me anyway. So make sure not to miss the action the next 2 days. I watched them play down for €83,000 and a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe Main Event seat at King's Casino, the German Championship of Poker Main Event. Just look at those chip counts. We've got 2 stacks over $1 million. 2 stacks with 700,000. A couple of short stacks. Players will want to be bagging up, coming back for tomorrow. Be sweet to be bagging up over $1 million chips, knowing you're coming back with 100 big blinds with 40 odd players left, playing for that sum of cash. Okay, we've got some action here. Konstantinos has raised to 25,000 from under the gun with pocket nines. Arda in the small blind has let it go. Okay, so it's ace jack against pocket nines with 42 players left. And the nines are in front, 63% favourite. It's 7-10-2. The nines are even further in the lead now. 5 of clubs. Got the club draw working for him. Oh, and it's not here, not to be. Konstantinos knocks a player out and he gets richer. Okay, you've heard it there, guys. 4 more hands. And play will be concluded for this evening. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I certainly have. Great watching all this action. And another walk. 3 more hands now, guys. Ireland the cut off here with ace-5. And in normal circumstances, I think this would be a shove. But maybe he's thinking about bagging up for day 3. And he does let it go. Okay, just 2 more hands now before the day has ended. Players must be exhausted. Your brain is doing somersaults at this time. You're just drained. Just feels so nice to bag up chips. Constantinos has raised on the button here. It's 25,000 with 9-6 of spades. Nobody has anything, and we are on the last hand of the night, guys. Let's hope it's a good one. 39 players remaining. I think that's all she wrote. Just, yeah. That's going to conclude our play for this evening, guys. Two boys bag, guts of 100 big blinds each, 103 and 94. You see the two middle stacks then, 63 big blinds, 57, and the two short stacks get through with just over 12 with 11 bigs. And that's going to do it for me for this evening as well, guys. It's been a long stream. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. And I've been Dan Rankin. Good night.